Morning. How goes? How goes? Right? Like, my stream hasn't even started yet. I mean, it's whatever. I'll take the follows, but... Anyways. As you can see, we are in Lominsan and prepared to take whatever the fuck this event quest is. Firefest, yeah, that's the one. I am dressed for success here. So let's get started. Dress to protect. Yeah, it's a basically like let's see. It's essentially like a lifeguard outfit. I might use the sandals for something. And the sunglasses do sit on your head really cutely, so... Yeah, I might use some of it. I'm not a big fan, overall. And I'm sure this quest is only gonna take like 2 seconds, because that's where the quests are, nowadays, for events. Yes, I am wearing a teeny tiny weeny bikini. Alright, let's get started. I actually like this set more on men, the set that I'm wearing. Because on men it has really cute shorts. But I did buy this set off the market board. It is an old event one. But I wanted a bathing suit for the occasion, so yeah. Alright, let's play. Ahoy, adventurer! Wishing you could sail away from the summer heat? This year's Moonfire Fair has exactly what you need. Our festival is the valorously perspiring face of the Adventurers Guild, so I beg that you partake in our offerings. This year's star attraction is Queen Lominsan, a ship fully remodeled into the ultimate seaside resort. If you seek thrills and some much-needed chill, head to Casa del Sol and speak with Chief Chaperone Hermaga. Okay, to Casa del Sol. I assume they've redecorated. Usually they do like a jumping puzzle for this event, don't they? Oh, it's a ship. Oh, it has water slides. That's something. It's supposed to be going. Yeah, usually it has like something cute, but they've gotten lazy with their events, so probably not actually. I do like the water slides. Wanna be Miqo'te? I mean, where's the fish head? Okay. And now here's a strapping lass, precisely who I was hoping to see. Mayaru Moyaru sent you to help us, I expect. Well, don't be a stranger. Come up and I'll tell you about our event. Ding. Oh, I can't ride my mountain here. Fabulous. Okay, let's look around a little bit. I have an orchestration set up instead of, you know, singers. Seems lame. Seems like they could have done... Oh look, I guess you can... Oh yeah, you can sit on these. Isn't that fun? Are those two flirting? Oh, that's cute. I do like the lights around the pool. Can I have this pool for my FC house? What are those? Okay. Nothing really fun here. I mean, it's cute, I guess. You kidding me? Usually, the vendor for the events has like some sort of furniture or basically secondary rewards. This one has nothing. Okay, that's lame. Welcome aboard Queen Lomin. First, an overview of her facilities. Oh, I guess there is a jumping puzzle there in the middle. Okay. Those are just side NPCs. This venue was designed to incorporate Eorzea's premier summertime recreation. You name it, we have it. Water chutes, a deluxe swimming bath, a performance area, and, for the true thrill seekers, cannon rides. Oh, I see the cannon. Can I take a cannon ride? Master Gegeruju spared no expense for this year's fair, and its novelty has garnered swarms of visitors. I don't see any. There's like a handful of people. Most of them were NPCs. But when you're out on the water, there's no telling when disaster might strike. Fortunately, we've hand-selected a team of elite swimmers for just such an eventuality. Lomin's Coast Guard is standing by to help visitors in need. It is to this force that I would recruit you, provided you're willing. So I am a lifeguard. Fabulous. Any incentives I should know about? You will, of course, be compensated, and the stylish Ul'don-made uniform will be yours to keep. Oh boy. Your first task will be a simple patrol. Speak with our guests and ensure everyone is having a safe and enjoyable time here. Checking in with your colleagues is also standard protocol. Once you've made your rounds, report back to me. Go talk to people. Ah, but your uniform. Ask Pobiano, and she'll find one in your size. But I'm already in a uniform. Get dressed and start patrolling, guardswoman. I'm counting on you. Oh, they're gonna force me to wear the outfit, aren't they? Hold on. Look, I'm wearing the same thing as she is. Do you have anything important to say? Not you. Welcome aboard, friend. Have you any burning questions about the Moonfire Fair? It would be my honor to answer them. Okay, this is just, Actually, let's ask questions. What is the Moonfire Fair? You can ride the cannon. I just noticed that those have sparkles. I might have to shoot the cannon. Okay, what is the Moonfire Fair? Several years ago, the Adventurers Guild formed the Cascaders to combat an invasion of rampaging bombards. The Moonfire Fair was first held to attract new members to the cause. It proved so popular that it has been held annually ever since, whether the bombards appear or not. Which, by the way, should have done that. That was fun. It helps spread words of the guild's activities and generate interest among potential new recruits. In charge of the proceedings is the Grand Chaperone, Hermaga. He has decided to have members of the Adventurers Guild demonstrate their courage and physical prowess to fairgoers through a series of challenges in Casa del Sol. Master Gegaruju has once again provided the space and funding for the event. It's sure to be the most spectacular Moonfire Fair held to date. It's sure to be the most boring. Since you're here, why not join in the festivities? What is the Queen Lamine? Queen Lamine is a resort specializing in diversions, both watery and cool. Enjoy our luxurious swimming baths, race your comrades down the water chutes, or climb into the cannon ride, ideally before your evening repast. Rest assured, Lamine's Coast Guard is standing by to ensure your safety and comfort during your stay. Furthermore, Lamine is the name of a performer famously known for her joyous singing and dancing. May your stay aboard our humble vessel bring you the same delight. I know who Lamine is. Well, actually my character doesn't. But I did come prepared. Look at me. I'm so cute. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Thanks for joining the Coast Guard. Let's get you dressed for the job. Now, where did I put the Miqo'te-sized uniforms? Ah, here we are. You'll find the tail hole is a godsend. Oh, they have race-specific, I love it when they put, race or class-specific dialogue. That makes me happy. Off you go then. These facilities won't patrol themselves. Oh, it's hideous. And I can't even dye it. Ugh. Okay, let's do this then. I guess they're all off the ship, so... Unable to... Nah, but you put me in the... Ouch. Impassioned Guard. He doesn't have to wear the uniform. This thrill, it speaks to me, and now I simply must speak to you. My great-grandmother, she originally hailed from the South Sea Isles, where our people catapult themselves into the treetops to dislodge coconuts. Is a cannon ride a catapult, I thought? Only one way to find out, and so I recklessly launched myself rocketing through the air as my courageous ancestors once did. Yes, to honor their memory. I think I'll go another route. Yeah, totally for that reason. This guy has a name, but I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. Sup. Join the Coast Guard, have you? From this post, I shall keep a watchful eye on our cannon riders. And in such comfort, here in the water, this magnificent uniform is as a second skin. Ew. The artisan who stitched these is unmistakably a master of their craft. Were I to have the opportunity, I should very much like to thank them. Not a big fan of the neon green. Can't I have done neon purple? You know, for quests where they force you to dress up, I wish they had a couple of color options. Like, I get they want it to be neon, but they could have gone neon purple or, you know, neon pink. Oh, fantastic. I was just hoping another guard would come along. There's a bit of trouble. It's hard to see from the surface, but this beam's starting to splinter. I thought I'd alert the Coast Guard before someone gets hurt. I wanted to report the issue straight away, but I need to make sure that that other guests do not approach this area. Could you consult Tarmaga about this in my stead? We'd do well to send for repairs. Much obliged to the both of you. We're in the safe hands with you lot on patrol. Yeah. That guy was wearing the shorts that my bathing suit looks like on men. I really, really wish I could choose, because I like the shorts better than the bikini bottoms. Oh, it's a little baby Miqo'te. Oh, she's cute. Hold on, I gotta talk to her. Those uniforms look sort of like the yellow jackets of Lominsan. Are they supposed to? I'm pretty sure they don't wear skin-tight shorts. Also, there's my pet. Baby little Miqo'tes! Baby Miqo'tes are so cute. Look at their little stubby tails. Adorable. Say it for me one more time. If you're in danger or need assistance, seek the color yellow. Right you are. Limlane's Coast Guard is working tirelessly to ensure the safety of all. May your yellow garb shine like a beacon for those in need. Oh, my apologies. I didn't see you there. Another adventurer come to join the Coast Guard, I take it. As you can see, I'm teaching our guests how to spot us. Luckily, we're all wearing this eye-catching shade of yellow. Hold on, you don't suppose the artisans who crafted our uniforms chose this color for that very purpose, do you? What an astonishing level of forethought. I'd better put as much effort into my lecture as the weavers put into this uniform. Okay, am I done yet? Oh, there's a nun here. Check him out. I like his axe. Welcome back, my friend. Anything to report? Do these shorts make my butt look bigger? The water chutes have a splintering support beam. I'll arrange for repairs straight away. As for our other guests, I'm glad to hear that all is well. Sounds like our uniforms are serving their purpose admirably. No doubt the weaver who made them would be glad to hear. Help! My leg! Someone save me! Did you hear that? Yeah, I think these shorts work the same as the 2B leggings. Maybe. I could just be imagining it. Someone is in need. Quick, take this spyglass and find them. Hold on, I gotta zoom in. Yeah, I think they do make my butt look bigger. Anyways. Yes, search your surroundings. This guest is merely enjoying the sights. Your aid is not likely required. Okay. These guys. No. These guests look to be at peace on the water. Perhaps assistance is needed elsewhere. Oh, what's going on over there? A lone guest floats face down in the water. She needs help. Over there, leave it to me. Can I do something? I have done nothing this entire quest. No, I cannot. Whew, who knew this thin fabric would feel so heavy in the water? Should have thought to wear a uniform myself. Or you could have let me do the thing! Let me do something. I can't thank you enough. My legs seized up and the current began pulling me out to sea. You should come and rest a while on deck. We have a healer aboard who can take a look at you. I confess, I'd hoped to introduce the two of you in a more dignified fashion, but oh well. Huh? How embarrassing. Anyway, let us return to the Queen Lamea. Man, I can read, I swear. I'll explain everything there. Words are very hard. And also, I'm not enjoying this questline. Like, the one chance that we had to actually do something for this quest, and they're like, no. And now I'm gonna go turn it in, and that's going to be the end of it. Like, I know that they've sort of changed the event quest stuff, but could you have please let me do something? All I did was talk to people. Good news, according to the healer, no lasting harm was done. And we have your sharp eye to thank for it. Now then, it's time the two of you were properly acquainted. This woman is none other than Hermaga. But stop interrupting. We just got word of the rescue. Is the poor soul all right? Ah, you three. All is well, all is well. Allow me to introduce Tizanza, the Oldan weaver responsible for the peerless uniforms you are all wearing. Good, I hate them. I want to tell you in person how much I hate them. An honor to make your acquaintance. I was anxious to see if my pieces were functioning as intended, so I decided to participate in the festivities as a guest. I'm afraid my exhaustion from work caught up to me at a critical moment. I can only apologize for the trouble I've caused. No trouble at all. Your successful rescue is but proof that your clever design functions precisely as you intended. Is that not so? Yeah, it would have been if I got to rescue her. That's true. Even at a considerable distance, my eyes were naturally drawn to that vivid yellow. I am glad to know that my design does what little it can to help keep people safe. You're too humble by half. These uniforms give us the confidence to do our jobs, both in and out of the water. Truly, you're too kind. Now I can return to my atelier with a easy heart. Leaving so soon? Surely you've earned a break from your work. Come, stay a while. And, speaking of earning things, that uniform is now yours, Corey. May you wear it with pride. Never. Maybe the sandals and the sunglasses, but the rest of it can go die. Oh, how very generous, Hermaga. You fully intend to prevail upon our aid for the remainder of the festival, don't you? No, Bah, break time's over. Back to work, the lot of you. As for you, Corey, feel free to enjoy the fair to your heart's content. But as always, safety's first. Okay, that was an incredibly boring quest, and I don't even see the point of it. They could have just as easily have just given us the outfit and called it good. Anyways, that was vitally important for me to do. That was the only good thing about this boat. Wait, hold on. Is this what I think it is? That was fun. Okay. Anyways. So, back to work. Yeah, that... Like, at this point, they're not even trying, first of all. Second of all... I feel like... They could have... If they're going to put that little effort into it, then they should have just not done a quest line and just been like, hey, did you know it's the Fire Fair Festival? Here's an outfit. You know what I'm saying? I should have done this earlier, but I was lazy. By the way, that entire quest took like 25 minutes, and that's because I read all of the side dialogue. I talked to the random people. And I looked around and stuff. I mean, at this point, Final Fantasy could recycle the old ones and be perfectly fine. You know, maybe make it to where people who have already done the old ones can, like, earn some sort of currency to spend on, like, furniture and stuff, but, like... Yeah. But, like, people would still buy them. Like, for instance, even if I was getting a really cute outfit, or the same outfit, I would have still bought the swimsuit for doing the quest, because I wanted to wear the swimsuit for the quest. And then they didn't even let me wear my swimsuit for the quest. I wanted to wear the swimsuit. Alright. So, anyways, onward to the Blacksmith quest. Oof. Once again, have all of the turn-ins ready to go. So, let's get started. Who is this? What's his name? Britneil? Britneil? Close enough. My first cross-peen hammer. Sure. Now that there is a beautiful sight. Never forget, a smithy's hammer is her one true love. Friends will betray you, lovers will leave you, but your hammer will never do you wrong. Is that what you're into? Okay then. God, seeing you standing there reminds me of a less ale-sodden, more lady-shaped version of me younger self. Did you used to be a lady? Okay. But on to your task. We ain't a congregation of soft-handed squalleries here, Smithies learn by doing. Try your hand at making a bronze ingot. Any smithy worth her salt's got to master the fundamentals. And you can't get more fundamental than that. It ain't complicated. Bronze is just copper and tin melted down and mixed together. So you'll be needing, aye, that's it, copper and tin ore. And seeing as most folk don't carry stuff like that round with them without reason, Smitehammer outside can provide you with some, for a price that is. What the lad can't tell you, though, is the fire shards you need. Aye, it ain't complicated, but that don't mean it's easy. You need to melt the metals, after all, and to do that you need to get 'em hotter than a bombard's backside. And that's all there is to it. Think you can handle it, lass? Also, I do find it weird that for things like armor smithing and blacksmithing and even goldsmithing, I don't have to use heat or anything. Like Culinarian, you at least have, like, your pan is a portable stove almost. But yeah, it is weird. Yeah. Here's your bronze you can get. Heh, you're alright, lass. Better than that, even. Sure you ain't done this before? 'Cause honestly, this ain't what you'd expect from a venturer fresh off the street. I think you might be a bleeding natural, lass. I'm only level 70. It takes just the right balance of metals to produce bronze suitable for weapons and tools. But this ingot you made, lass, it's on par with them as our veterans produce. You could take this down to Hawker's Alley and find a buyer in no time. Burgot's watching over ya, ain't no doubt about it. Heh, you've got talent, lass, but don't let it get to your head. I've seen plenty of folks get drunk on early success, only to puke their guts up later because they forgot that talent's worth bugger all, without hard work and dedication. So I tell you what, keep it simple for now, lass. Practice the fundamentals till you can smelt bronze in your sleep. And when you've gained the kind of confidence as only comes with the experience, come back and I'll teach you something new. Yeah. Alright. Hammer time! Praise the builder. I was afraid you might have joined up with another crew. The thought of it pained me so much I was drawn to I was down at the winch till the morning bells I was. But here you are, still brimming with potential, and with some extra meat on your smitten arm, if me eyes don't deceive. There is no meat on my smithing arm. So, something new. Oh, of course, how could I forget? Roy Foxy, I bid you craft 3 bronze crossbeam hammers, just like the ones all of our apprentice smithies use. For this, you'll need bronze, maple lumber, and hempen cloth. Now, I know making bronze won't pose you no trouble, but allow me to offer you a bit of advice regarding the materials. If you want to save yourself some coin, you might consider mining your own copper and tin out in the wilds. And if that don't tickle your fancy, you might consider whacking the odd goblin till it stops moving. They lug around with them, see? And it ain't as if swinging a sword's all that different from pounding a lump of metal into shape, is it? What do you think adventurers do? At the end of the day, though, how you go about getting the bits and pieces don't matter to me. I just want to see if you can make a decent hammer. Do what needs doing and come back when it's done. Where are them hammers I asked for, lass? Got your hammers right here. Seems last time weren't no fluke. This here's some impressive work, lass. Now, a layman might look at this and think you just stuck a piece of bronze on a maple stick. But you've done a damn sight more than that, whether you know it or not. A hammer's a tool, after all, and the head's gotta grip the shaft for tens of thousands of strikes. What's more, when a smithy's pounding a red-hot piece of metal, her hammer takes up some the heat and swells a touch. Which ain't a problem, unless it's a poorly made piece of shite. Take it from me, lass. There's few things more embarrassing than flinging a glowing hammerhead over your shoulders, straight into the eye of your newest apprentice, even if he did eventually get his sight back. Has that happened? But I reckon your hammer won't lead to any incidents like that. In short, I'm happy with what you've done. Now, I'll spare us both the don't rest on your laurels speech, if it's all the same to you. Stating the bleeding obvious is best done with a drink in your hand, I find. But well done any road. Here, you'll be needing this. Right? That was awfully specific. A hammer will suffice for simple smithing, but complex jobs call for a more delicate touch, which is what a file gives you. Using one alongside your hammer will make your life a good deal easier, whatever you're crafting. So the secondary equipment for blacksmith is a file? Okay. Whatever. Try smithing something simple. I guarantee you'll see the difference, and when you've done that, do it again. I want you to practice till you can wield the file as well as your hammer. Once you've got the hang of it, come back here for another task. Yep. I don't think I ever realized that it was a file. Hold on. I've never really bothered. It's a file. To look at the side. Like, I feel like a file would have been better for goldsmithing, right? But whatever. What do I know? Right? What do I know? Riveting ramblings. You know what, lass? It may not be my place to say it, me being your guildmaster and all, but I like you. I really like you. Together, there's naught we can't. Wait, what are you making faces at me? Sorry, I'm just not into you. Oh no! I didn't mean like that. You're the most promising pupil I've had in God knows how long as it is. I was just waxing sentimental for a moment. You can't honestly tell me you don't get a bit emotional when you've been out the night before and... Ah, forget it. Been working hard, have you? Aye, I can tell. But this is just the beginning, lass. You see, the art of blacksmithing is deeper than the deepest ocean. And if you plan on getting to the bottom of it, you'll need to sink? No, that's no good. Alright, how about this? If you mean to set sail for a faraway land of, smithing mastery, you mustn't try to make the journey in a dinghy. You're not very good at making metaphors. Bah, the hell's with it. Just make me a dozen bronze rivets, lass. How them rivets coming along? Anytime now, lass. He is dingy. Got your rivets right here. Praise the builder, you've done it again. These rivets are perfect. Ah, but don't take that to mean they're special, 'cause they ain't. You see, rivets have got to be perfect, and I'll tell you for why. If you're pounding something and your hammer breaks, you can just grab a new one. But it's a whole other story when your rivets fail. Ever seen an airship, lass? Marvelous things they are, but bloody complicated. Now imagine you're a dozen malms above Limsa, and your fancy flying boat starts springing rivets. Might be as it's from the engine, might be from the hull. Don't make no difference. Whatever it is, you're royally buggered. If I was on that airship, lass, taking in the gorgeous view as the confounding contraption tumbled down to the earth below, I'd be cursing them rivets with all me heart. Aye, and the afarst bastard as shut them out, too. And you wouldn't want that on your conscience, would you? Which is why you must always make quality product what stand the test of time. I hate written accents. Have I mentioned that today? To help you learn the importance of quality, I want you to try smithing for paying customers. Start by having a word with Tomokri down at the winch. She should be able to point you in the direction of a few Lominsans as need the services of a talented lass like yourself. Hone your craft, earn some coin, hell, have a drink while you're at it. The winch is always serving. You're awfully preoccupied with drink. Alright. The business of blacksmithing. Ah, hells, not now, lass. Can't you see I'm struggling with a matter of great import? Bein' forge master ain't all drink and debauchery, especially when Hananza is breathing down me neck. We're a business, she says, and it's our job to ensure Naldic and Vimeli stays profitable or some such bollocks. To which I say, now look here, ya greedy shoe, we're making a mint off our commission from the Maelstrom, aren't we? Well, I mayn't have said shrew. Anyway, Road, the greedy shrew then starts yattering about expanding into new bleeding markets. Says we should be selling more to the tree folk in Gridania. Says I should be the one to develop a plan of action. Seven hells, lass, I'm a smithy, not a merchant. I've never even been to bleeding Gridania. Oh, and it gets worse. See, we need a man with connections, don't we? Someone as can make arrangements with the tree folk. So Hananza goes to and finds one. Right clever bastard by the sound of it, and orders me to go and meet him. So I goes and meets him, only to find it's none other than bleedin' Frazar. And I'd sooner bash me own teeth in than talk to that piece of... Wait a minute, I know how to deal with this. You can talk to him. You'll help old Brithiel handle the Gridanian nonsense, won't you? Of course you will. Go on then, chop chop. Chop chop. Frazar. Here on Brithiel's behalf, you say? I might have guessed. That whoreson doesn't realize the trouble he's in. Well, it's his neck. I'll work with you, Smith, and I'll even keep my diction simple. Taking instruction from that drunkard will have dulled your wits. Now listen. Dealing with Gordanians is no different from dealing with anyone else. Everyone has needs. It's just a matter of identifying and fulfilling them. I mean, dealing with Gordanians is a bit different than dealing with everybody else because they're weird as fuck. Anyone with half a brain, which discounts your mentor, knows that the first forestborn do not want for wood or leather goods. You'd have more luck selling brine to a fishback. What they do lack is steel. Theirs is an insular, isolated nation that has long sought to survive without relying overmuch on foreign trade. But the calamity changed all that. Half a decade on, and with no end to the rebuilding in sight, they have been forced to open their gates to adventurers. And where there are adventurers, there's demands for weapon and armor. Quality weapons and armor, mind you. My Gridanian contacts would accept nothing less. I will need some samples to show them. Bring me a bronze spatha and a spiked bronze labris for this purpose. Yes, yes. That's a that's a Uldan weapon, and that's a Limsa weapon. Neither of these would be what the people of Gridania would use. These will require closer inspection. Inside, Smith. Rude. Also, I have a name. I am not Smith. You made these weapons? I must confess, the quality is quite good. I thought you know more than Brithiel's errand girl, but it seems I was wrong. Only a true smith could have made these pieces. As I rather suspect you are aware, a poorly wrought weapon can cost a man his life. Be it brittle, prone to blunting, or unevenly weighed, every flaw will serve to hinder its owner on the battlefield. Not so this spatha. Well-tempered and perfectly balanced, it is a weapon fit for a warrior. Hells, with a blade like this, even I could probably best a beast or two. I doubt it. And this labris is a work of art as well. Simple, solid, and more than capable of cleaving a fishback in two. If even a relative newcomer to the guild can produce work of this quality, then my contacts will have naught to worry about. These samples should convince them of that. It seems you saved your mentor's job. You just leave the rest to me, Smith. There's nothing easier than selling an excellent product. I am pretty fucking amazing. Praise me. Okay. by the sweat of your brow. Oh yeah, by the way, Darkstar, did you watch my VOD yesterday? Because there were some pretty good storylines in the uh yeah, I actually teared up on a few of them because it was like, oh. Yeah. Some of them are really good. You should. I've never read the quest lines before. I kind of just skimmed through them. Actually, I didn't even skim through them. I legitimately skipped cutscenes and shit because it's just crafting, right? But no, the story in the crafting quests are actually better than Dawn Trail. It's not saying much, but still. Alright. Right, people put effort in at this point. Just the last I was hoping to see. You're a bleeding godsend, you know that? You'll be happy to hear that the tree folk were mighty impressed with them samples you made for that son of a whore. Even the shrew had to admit I'd done a good job. But who gives a damn about business, eh? You're here to smith, am I right? So, be a good lass and whip us up an iron crossbeam hammer, will ya? Oh, before you run off, I should probably mention that Smydehammer ain't selling iron at present. Grand Company contracts take priority, see, and the shipwrights need all the stock we can lay our hands on. So you'll have to get the iron on your own, be it by mining or buy-in. I'd sooner go to Hawker's Alley myself, but then it ain't my coin. And one more thing, I don't want just any iron crossbeam hammer, lass. I want one melded with materia. You know what materia is, don't you? It's like say I'd gotten an apron I'd been using for years and years, and it got all soaked through with sweat, but instead of just sweat, it'd take up a bit of me, spiritual essence or something. You should not be teaching, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, that essence can be pulled out and turned into stuff called materia, which is like a sort of crystal that you can attach to gear to make it stronger and so on. Needless to say, I don't know how materia works, but there's supposed to be a gobby who does. Name's Mutamix, if memory serves, and he's got a camp out in Thanalan. Track him down if you need some proper guidance. Already done. Got that hammer for me yet? Don't forget that she needs a piece of materia stuck to her as well. Yes, yes, yes. Here's your fucking hammer. By the way, I crafted this myself. I crafted all of this stuff myself. I even melded the material myself. It only took like 2 hours to craft every single item for all 11 quests. No, I did. Look, my name's even in the bottom corner. Of the item thing. As the crafter. Yeah. I normally don't bother. I normally just buy things for quests, but I went ahead and crafted because I found a list on what is it? Teamcraft or something. That had all of the stuff, so I literally just went through and it told me everything I needed to gather and all of the sub-crafts and then all of the crafts, and I'm like, oh, this is easy. But yeah, there's a website that tells you all of that, and the list was already made, so I didn't even have to make the list myself. Damn fine work as always, lass. She's got good heft, this one. The kind you just don't get with bronze. You tire quicker, of course, but that's a failing of the arm, not the tool. And even after you'd work up a sweat, I reckon her cotton-wrapped grip would keep her firmly in your hand where she belongs. Ah. It's common for smithies to make their own tools, you know. There's no better way of getting just what you want, see, assuming you're half decent. I, for one, have always made me own. Bugger me, though. I'm starting to wish I'd asked you for 2 of these so I could keep one for myself. Huh? You really should let me buy you a drink sometime, lass. You've done a lot for me, and I don't want you to think me ungrateful. In fact, I'm wondering if we oughtn't to put your skills on display more prominently. Really show our potential customers what the guild has to offer. No need to fret about that for the time being, though. You just keep hammering away, alright? Take it from me, lass. You'll do your best work when your only concerns are the hammer in your hand and the vision in your head. Burgot's blessings be upon you. Yeah. True as steel. You've come a long way since you first joined up, lass. Some smithies might be content to eke out a living selling cheap tools as weapons, but not you. You won't be satisfied till you're the best, am I right? I mean, until I'm level 100 at least. Aye, that's the stuff. Always seeking to better yourself, ain't you? I respect that. If you know motivation, it's only a matter of time before your work starts to suffer. Your customers start looking elsewhere. Folks start whispering your best days are behind you. Your wife runs off with a goddamn merchant. That's awfully specific. Are you alright, dude? I just realized. His wife ran off with a merchant. That other guy is that Rogadin guy is a merchant. I wonder if it was that one. And next thing you know, you're just another poor sod drowning in sorrows at the winch. But that won't stop you, will it? You produced quality work back when we had to deal with them tree folk, and now I need you to do the same again. We're after another big contract, you see. There's a bloke in town who's looking to buy a boatload of steel, but he won't place an order till he's sure we can deliver first-rate stuff, so we need to send him a sample of our finest work. Now, it takes a lot of skill to forge a bar of high-quality steel, but if you got all the ingredients, you're halfway there. Saying that, it can still be a right pain in the arse. But I know you're up to the task, class. When you've made the thing, give it to the horse-son merchant from before, Phasar. Aye, so he can deliver it to the client. I wonder if that's why he doesn't like this guy. Did you steal that guy's wife? We meet again. Assuming you are here to deliver the steel, know this. If it's not first rate, I won't present it to the client. Here's your steel. Very well. Inside, Smith. You're awfully bossy. Quite how you learned to smelt such excellent steel, I don't know, but I do know that it had not to do with your wretched mentor's teachings. I mean, he's a pretty good teacher. I mean, drunk as fuck, but harder than mere iron, yet not so rigid as to be unworkable. It cannot have been easy determining the exact quantity of bomb ash required to achieve such a balance. Speaking of which, just how did you acquire the ash? Don't tell me you went and slew the void-scent fiends yourself. I may have gone and slayed the void-scent fiends myself. I am an adventurer. Sweet, sweet murder. The markets are hardly a reliable source, I know, but risking death in the Fury explosion is beyond reckless. I mean, it was fairly easy. There's actually tons of bombards over Forgotten Springs, I think it is. But yeah, I mean, if you don't mind worms, killing bombards over there isn't so bad. Still, if that's what it took, I admire your dedication. I suspect your Forge Master will soon be receiving some good news. I only hope he remembers to toast your name when he adjourns to the winch to celebrate. Yeah. You guys really dislike each other. I really want to know what happened. As iron sharpens iron. Been waiting for you to come and see me, lass. Seems you've gotten yourself an admirer. And I ain't talking about me, neither. I was talking about someone else. 'Twas only a matter of time before folks started asking questions about who was responsible for the guild's recent change in fortunes. You heard of Casa del Sol out in Bloodshore? I was just there. 'cause that's where your new admirer lives. In case you don't know the place, it's a favorite resort of Ul'don's rich and famous. Aye, that's right. I'm talking about one of them. Asked for you by name, they did. Said they wished to commission the great Coryphoxy and no other. Haha. This could be your chance, lass. It ain't every day you get invited to curry favor with such a wealthy, bleeding client. At first I thought it was just Birgot who was watching over ya, but I'm beginning to think that two-faced bugger Naldthal might have taken an interest in all. Anyway, you'll do it, won't ya? Bah, course you bloody will. You'd be a goddamn fool to refuse. You'll need to trouble that bastard Phasar for the details. Oh, and though it sticks me in me throat to say it, I reckon you should probably thank the Chocobo's arse while you're at it. He's the one that's made this happen. Are you warming up to him? Probably not. Can I get the full story out of you guys? I need to know. My gossip monger's brain is begging to know. Smith, I gather you've heard about your commission. I trust you understand what an honor this is, as well as what's at stake. The client in question is a distinguished personage with tremendously high expectations. Should you fail to live up to them, it will reflect poorly on both you and your guild. As for myself, the last thing I need is a well-connected Ul'don telling his associates not to buy your product. Products I need hardly add, which I should very much like to sell them. In short, don't fail. Now then, I believe I saw Miss Kusvib arrive a moment ago. She is our client's representative. Go inside and introduce yourself to her. She will explain the commission. That sounds like a Rogan. It is indeed. Ooh. Hello. Hi. Okay. I heard a great deal about you, Coryphoxy. Bow a little lower. I almost couldn't see your boobs. As you may have heard, my master was captivated by the tales of your exceptional craftsmanship, and thought you the ideal candidate to undertake a commission of particular import to him. By way of an introduction, my master's estate boasts the most spectacular gardens in all of Costa del Sol. Its many botanical marvels owe much to the efforts of our chief groundsman, who has nurtured them since he was a lad. The dear old fellow has been with the family for generations now, and my master feels it is past time that his years of faithful service be recognized. And what better way to honor the tireless efforts of one's loyal manservant than to present him with an exquisitely wrought example of the tools of his beloved trade? So he could work harder? Yeah. Or, I don't know, give him a vacation. In short, Miss Foxy, my master would like to commission a plumed iron hatchet of the first order. Know that anything less than perfection will be deemed unacceptable. We trust you will not disappoint us. Do you have the hatchet? I do indeed. My, though I count myself no expert in such matters, even I am sensible to this hatchet's quality. It is magnificent. Master Phasar's words did not do you justice. You are a veritable prodigy, madam. Bend over a little bit lower. I want to see if your boobs will fall out of your shirt, please. Your hatchet is more a work of art than a tool. When I run my fingers along its smooth leather grip and gaze upon its flawless, sparkling blade, I find that I am moved. Moved to bend over more? It seems a great shame to allow such a masterpiece to be used for mere gardening. But tools are made for a purpose. Mayhap as the blade dulls and the grip wears, it will gain a different sort of beauty. Ah, but I am beginning to sound like our chief groundsman. Such a gentle soul. I am quite sure that he will see the artistry in your creation. Why, it may even serve to inspire him in his own craft. You should be proud. On behalf of my lord, thank you, Coryphoxy. Pray give my regards to Master Phasar. I'll give my regards with a kick in the butt. You certainly rose to the occasion. Expertly done, Smith. Still won't use my name, will ya? And it seems Miss Curswib has marked you out as a crafter of outstanding skill. If her master agrees with her assessment, this may well be the first of many such commissions. You have every right to be proud. I suppose your mentor will want to know what's transpired. I swear, your talents are truly wasted serving that fool. You may tell him I said so if you wish. You're a damn good smith, Corey. You can do better. I don't know. He's not so bad. I mean, I don't like having to speak for him because he uses a fucking written accent, but that's not his fault. Ah, there you are, lass. Tell us how it went then. Eh? He said that, did he? Cheeky sod. Talking like he knows what it means to be a smitty. There ain't no one as knows better than me, and I've only ever wanted what's best for you. I still remember the day you first walked in here. It was only like 30 minutes ago. 'Twas clear to me even then that you'd got a will of iron. Something in your eyes, there was. Something as told me you'd give your all to the craft. Not for coin or for fame, but for the sake of making something good. And that's just what we need around here. So don't let us down, Corey. Stick with us, and we'll do right by you. Alright. Set Phasar to stun. Ooh. Oh. Set your phasers to stun. I get it. Something evil's brewing in my belly, I tell ya. Can't seem to keep anything down. Too many at the winch, I'd reckon. Maybe you should lay off the booze. Couldn't have come at a worse time neither, with Phasar breathing down my neck. Now, when it comes to the market, you've never met a tighter miser than old Phasar. But at the Colosseum, the man throws gold at fighters like water at a fire. They know it too, so they ask their patron for a new blade. And once they get their blade, now it's a bigger, sharper, shinier blade. Before you know it, I'm wasting me waking bells, forging weapons for folk that ain't got arms enough to wield 'em all. Don't get me wrong, I'd gladly take the horse son's coin, but I ain't up to it this time on account of me condition. Which is why I need you to make me whatever needs making in me stead. Have a word with Phasar and see what he wants. Okay. Sir Brithiel sends you to meet me yet again. I am flattered he holds me in such esteem. As you may have heard, I have an eye for able warriors. Yet without the proper arms and armaments, ability is for naught. Forge me one steel bouge of equal parts splendor and might, and you and Brithiel shall know the bounty of my generosity. But fail me, Corey, and I may be forced to reconsider my arrangements with Naldic and Femeles. Your stupid... Yeah, here's your... It's an axe. Just call it an axe. You come with my gift? Excellent. Let us have a look, shall we? I demanded nothing short of perfection, and you have exceeded my every expectation. For a finer bouge I've never seen. A well-wrought oak calf with a solid steel blade, more than sharp enough to slice through sinew and bone. Many an auroch's neck shall it cleave. I cannot wait to see it wielded. Yes, the glory of the steel bouge you have forged for me shall be sung in the screams of all who stand before it. I see my trust in you was not misplaced, Corey, and I trust I shall have need of your skills in the future. Forging ahead. You know, Corey, the contracts you have helped the guild secure ought to make us a fortune. If you can find the hands to keep up with demand, that is. Quite a name you've made for yourself in the process. You've got your head in the forge, so you don't hear what I do. All over the ports I hear the chatter of sellers and merchants extolling the fabled wares from Corey's forge, and I assure you they ain't alone. Hell, that's gotten to the point where half your fellow smithies are asking that you forge their smithing tools. And if you've time to make them one by one. As if you've the time to make them one by one. Yeah, no. So I told them the most they could hope for would be one wrapped crow's beak hammer, a true example of shining excellence to which all of its kind would be held. What say you, lass? Reckon you can do your forge mates this favor? Yep, here's your thingy-mabobber. By Burgoth's beard, you've thought that, who'd have thought this brutish tool of force could possess such beauty? The hammer's claw evokes the elegance and ruthless efficiency of a golden beak plucking worms from the ground. Huh. And is flawlessly counterbalanced asymmetrically by the face. Not in my wildest forging fantasies could I ever envision laying hands or eyes on such a perfect hammer. Hell, I reckon it's too perfect to show to that lot. To look upon the daunting heights of such peak perfection would surely discourage even the boldest of budding blacksmiths. On the other hand, it ought to put those uppity smithies in their place. Besides, it'd be a crime to keep this hammer hidden away from the world. With any luck, it'll serve as inspiration to your forge mates, and maybe even motivate one to follow in your footsteps. Sweet. But there doesn't seem to be a lot of plot in this one. But I did read, on a forum post, that different writers are assigned to different zones. So while all of the Ul'Dan crafters had good storylines, they might not have the same writer as the Limsa crafters. You know? So, guess we'll see. Beauty and the Bardish. Tis a good time to be a smithy, Corey. Clients are banging down our doors, clamoring for our wares. And to think it's all 'cause one fateful day I had the foresight to let you join our ranks. Smartest thing I ever done. Aye, in prosperous times such as these, you can't help but be in high spirits. Even your most hated enemies start to seem like decent folk. Why, just the other day I downed a few pints with old Phasar. Oh, speaking of which, Phasar was going on and on about this lady gladiator what caught his eye. One he'd like to lavish with gifts. Said he'd a mind to have you forge the weapons. Bardish? Okay. Thanks. Bardiche? Nobody said I could read. But you know him, demanded to speak with you in person. Best go on and oblige the bastard. Nobody said I have to pronounce things right. I'll pronounce it my way. Hold on, let's look up. See.
We are looking.
Oh. Well, there are several different pronunciations of it. Fabulous.
Bardish.
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 Yeah, it's fine. You're the devil. Mama said you're the devil. Okay. Corey, good of you to come. I knew no other who I could call upon. Her name is Muriel. She is both muse and genius, a portrait of grace and beauty amid the carnage of war. expertly versed in every technical discipline of combat. Muriel is more than a mere gladiator. She is an artist. If she is to paint the battlefield red, only the finest of instruments will suffice. And such instruments can only be created by the greatest of blacksmiths. Thus I would ask of you a pair of cobalt knuckles, a buccaneer's bardiche, and a cobalt shamshir. I think I pronounced that right. Probably not. With which she might reign over the Colosseum like the goddess she is. Okay, I've been in the Colosseum. You don't need 3 different fucking weapons, okay? You choose one. I will inspect your work when it is complete. Though I have little reason to doubt your capabilities, I will not present to Muriel anything less than perfection. Yes, yes, yes. Here's your knuckles, here's your bardiche, and here's your shamshir. While your weapons look most impressive, I must properly appraise your workmen. Inside. Ah, the knuckles. A sturdy and stable design for a straightforward weapon. The lack of superfluous ornamentation speaks to an emphasis on function. Next, we come to the bardiche, a Brutus base weapon, likely born of the beast tribes. Initially, I feared its barbaric origins might sully Muriel's angelic hands, but I firmly believe there is no weapon her feminine touch cannot civilize. And lastly, the shamshir. The seductive curvature of the blade is sinister in its simplicity. You have taken notoriously obstinate cobalt and bent it to your will. Again, you exceed my every expectation. I can only imagine Muriel's joy upon seeing such splendid wares. Let her gaze upon the face of the one who forged them. You will find her aboard the Astelicia. Yeah. Okay, that's a Fisherman's Guild. Just because I cannot pronounce the name of the boat does not mean I don't know exactly where it is. Here. There she be. Girl, you're only halfway in armor. Are you in a full don from the waist down? Okay. Oh yes, the gifts I was promised. It is good to know Phasar is a man of his word, though personally I prefer a woman of action. Show me what you've got. Well, I'm gonna show you some action. Most impressive indeed, I am humbled. With your weapons in my grip, victory is all but assured. Phasar certainly possesses an eye for the finer things, yet the eye that finds beauty interests me less than the hands that craft it, the strong, skilled hands of an artisan like yourself. You can't have my hands. Gladiator and blacksmith make quite a pair, do we not? What is a weapon without a wielder, or a wielder without a weapon? We complete each other. Okay. I came to Lominsan to see your wares at the old man's behest, and found everything he promised and more. Know that in the heat of battle, as I clutch them tightly in my hands, my thoughts will be of you. Everybody and their mother want to flirt with me in this quest line? Now I have to run all the way back. Hold up. I almost missed that. There's just a dude hanging there. Okay. Back to the Axe Castle. Also, why is the closest fucking aetheryte to the armor and blacksmith at the Axe Castle? Like, they could have put one closer. Just saying. Like, every other guild gets their own, except for these two, which is 2 guilds. Oh, cool. I just made some money. I like it when I make money. And the last quest of the Blacksmith, waiting in the Winglet. Hey, 56,000 gold is 56,000 gold, man. Good news, Corey. That gladiator you outfitted, Muriel, done the work of 1,000,000 merchants for us since. Her name's on the lips of every Colosseum fan, and as is the name of the smithy what forged her armaments. Our wares are selling faster than we can forge them, and every member of the guild is reaping the benefits. Aye, the ale flows like wine at the winch tonight. Of course, customers, they've been asking for you by name, but I tell 'em you ain't got the time to personally craft all their bucklers, knives, and bric-a-brac. I've certainly no intention of shoveling that drudgery off on you. But there's one commission that requires your personal attention, I reckon. This one comes to us by way of Phasar, so pay the man a visit, as always. Before you go, a word of warning. Phasar's a solemn soul to begin with, but this job's got him wound tighter than ever, judging from his countenance. Best be prepared for a bleeding tough challenge. There you are. Hear me, Corey. None other than the finest blacksmith in all Vilbrand will do for this task. So renowned are your weapons that your name echoes through the distant wood of Gridania. So powerful your forge that it has bent the disdain for steel into admiration. As such, a former champion of the Colosseum living amid the leaves has contacted me in hopes of engaging your services. That is all I can say. The rest she would tell you herself. The client wishes to meet with you in private, and will be waiting for you on the platform just below the drowning wench. Pray do not keep her waiting. A former gladiator that now lives in the trees? Okay. Let's see. See her down there. You just have to remember how to get down there. I remember the way from my rogue quest. Oh hey. There's some random beastmans down here. Well-traveled Miqo'te. I mean, she looks like she's from Gridania. Alright. An honor, Cory Foxy. I appreciate you coming all this way to meet with me. I am told you are a blacksmith without peer. It is for this reason that I have come to seek your assistance. The sword I would have you forge must befit a storied Colosseum champion. Rather, a man who would become one once more. This gladiator is recently returned to Ul'dah, and has chosen to fight under a different name, you see. Perhaps you are familiar with the Bronze Bull? I thought not. His performance on the blood sands has been less than stellar. Despite his wealth of experience, he struggles. I have seen him fight. His weapons are his weakness, but I fear he thinks himself at fault. Which brings me to my request. I wish to arm the Bronze Bull with a quality cobalt winglet, strengthened with his savage might materia of the 3rd grade. He is a far greater gladiator than his record suggests, and deserves better than the rubbish he wields. When the sword is ready, deliver it to Phasar. He shall see it that the Bronze Bull receives it. Okay. That's weird. I think he's probably like trying to emulate the Bull of Alamigo, and I mean, who wouldn't? Raban's pretty badass, but I don't think that's the way you want to go to make a name for yourself. But what do I know? I'm not a gladiator. Alright, Phasar. I am aware of the client's specifications. As soon as I verify that your sword is to her satisfaction, I shall contact the intended recipient. Got your sword right here. You have outdone yourself yet again. Your task is almost complete. In a most peculiar request, the client wishes to be on hand, yet out of sight for the purveyance of her gift. I shall attend to the arrangements. You need only be ready. Since when have you taken a fancy to a male gladiator, Phasar? What's all this really about? Oh. I assure you, you will not be displeased. Quite the opposite, I should hope. Please, then. Precisely. We come bearing a gift. A gift for me? Ha! Give it to someone who deserves it. I'm in no mood to be fawned over. Due to your mounting defeats, no doubt. I know my record, merchant. Ah, but that is the very reason I believe this gift will lift your spirits. Behold, the cure for your recent woes, a sword like no other. Honestly, his sword looks cooler. I don't know why he wants mine. This blade, I've never seen its equal. Did you forge this, Smith? I did. I'm amazing. I would be proud to call it my own. I believe that is precisely what our patron intended. Care to tell me who your patron is, and why he sees fit to confer upon me such a treasure? I can only say that she prays for your success. It was her hope that with this sword you will win new glory, and that these words will help you to remember that of old. The way of the sword is such that all who walk it become lost. Her words, eh? Well, I don't see why she had to orchestrate this mummer's farce. I would have gladly accepted the sword from her in person. Oh? I... I thought the calamity had claimed her life. Heh, I should have known better than to think the Hellfire Phoenix would die so easily. Oh, I see. Yeah, my sword's a badass. And now it's my turn to take wing. On my honor, I shall one day stand atop the Colosseum and do this sword justice. Bye. Yeah, nobody knows my name, man. Greenfar's no fool. I suspect he knew I was present the moment his words left Phasar's lips. Why not give him the sword in person? It is complicated. Simply put, I will not involve myself directly in Colosseum affairs. Long ago, I swore never again to take up sword or spear for sport. I have entrusted the Forge Master with your honorarium. Please accept it with my heartfelt thanks. Alrighty then. But look who's back from bringing in another fortune. I don't know how you do it, Corey, but I'm glad you're doing it for us. If you hadn't come along when you did and helped us turn things around with your quality smithing, I'd reckon I'd be another workless drunk drowning me sorrows at the winch. Instead, I'm a happily employed drunk celebrating me successes at the winch. You know, any lot with a tool can put passion into her work, but to have it come out the other side and affect folk is true artistry. And make no mistake, lass, the impact of what you've done for the guild will be felt for years to come. You're one of the best goddamn smithies I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. And there ain't nothing more to say than that. Oh yeah. Oh. I don't like the outfits. Some of them are pretty cool. I won't be claiming them, I'll be crafting them myself, because why not? Yep, that is the blacksmith quest. So, that one wasn't as good as the Uldon. The Uldon ones were just better. Let's see if this one is any better. My first doming hammer. See, you missed all of course the old Dawn ones were better because you weren't there. You missed all the good ones. Ah yes, if I didn't know better, I think you were an armorer, Corey. Of course, I do know better. Until you craft something with that hammer of yours, you'll look like a babe with a rattle to me. And I've no intention of mothering you. Make no mistake, I mean to shape you into an artisan, however hard I have to pound. You're gonna pound me? What? Save your sweat for the forge, lass. I don't expect you to fashion full suits of plate on your first day. Just pay close attention to my instructions. Be diligent in your work, and the skill will come in due time. Now, let's be about your first lesson, shall we? I want you to take up your hammer and make me a bronze ingot. A mundane task, I grant you, but one which every armorer must master. Bronze, you see, is the most basic material of the craft, and bronze ingots are its building blocks. 'Tis not the strongest of alloys, of course, but it is that very quality that makes bronze so easy to shape, and the metal of choice for a novice armorer. To forge your ingot, you'll need to procure 2 chunks of copper ore, a chunk of tin ore, and an ice shard. The ore can be purchased from Summerwind here at the guild. The ice shard you'll have to find on your own. Well, are you waiting for me to swing your arm for you, or mayhap you would have me swing my boot? I'm gonna boot you. Here, have your copper. Where's that bronze ingot I asked for? If you can't find the ore yourself, try speaking. Yeah. Get your ingot. Completed your first task, have you? Well then, let's have a look at this ingot. So this is the sort of quality I can expect from you, is it? For a novice armorer, this is excellent work. Excellent. Well done, Corey. The key to making good bronze is judging the ratio of copper to tin. With too much tin, the alloy becomes harder, but also more brittle. Not the sort of material you want protecting your vital organs. Lest you forget, quality is a matter of life and death in our craft. That is why we teach our initiates the ideal metallurgic composition of every item we forge. Not that all are quick to learn. There are some who seem destined to produce mediocre results, however painstakingly the processes are explained. Thank the builder, you are not one of them. I am pleased to say that your ingot would fetch a decent price in the market. But do not let this first success make you complacent. A single bad helm will lose you more trust than 100 good ones will win. Because bad armor means dead men. It is not enough that your work be good. It must needs be consistently good. And achieving that consistency requires discipline and long hours of crafting the same item over and over again and again. For you, this means a mountain of bronze ingots. Bronze ingots in your dreams. Bronze ingots until the process is so ingrained that you wake up and find that your pillow is an ingot you made in your sleep. That does not sound good. When you feel you have learned all you can from forging bronze ingots, seek me out, and I will find you something else to craft. May the builder guide your hand, Corey. Yep. Yep. Also, yesterday there were Princess Bride references in some of the quests, so you would have missed out on those too. All right, from thigh to neck. Pleasant. Corey, I take it you are now intimate with every aspect of the bronze ingots production? Good, then you can assist us in a pressing matter. It seems that one of our young members, Swithin, accepted an order which he would struggle to fulfill in thrice the time he promised. While I am tempted to let him squeal under the weight of his own ambition, the guild is not in the habit of delivering late. Several veteran armorers have volunteered their services, but I would also like you to assist in this matter. On the one hand, you will be helping to spare the guild unnecessary embarrassment. On the other, you will be deepening your understanding of the craft. The builder could not have planned it better. For your part in this endeavor, you are to craft 3 bronze hoplons. You'll need bronze plates and maple lumber to make the shields. While we're on the subject, how have you been acquiring your materials? The markets are a reliable source, but have you considered making an arrangement with a miner or a botanist? I am a miner and a botanist. As you will have gleaned, the craft calls for a near constant supply of copper and tin, both of which are commonly mined in the regions of Thanalan. Should your purse grow too light for comfort, there is little to stop you taking up a pickaxe yourself. For the time being, however, I want you to concentrate on honing your skills as an armorer. With the fundamentals under your belt, Hoplon shouldn't prove too challenging, but do not fall into the traps of complacency. A poorly wrought shield is worse than no shield at all. Each piece you craft, however simple, must reflect the utmost attention to detail. Make the guild proud, Corey. How's this for proud? Got your hoplons. Yeah, I already posted it up on YouTube, so. Impressive. You have managed to balance the conflicting requirements of sturdiness and portability, much as you balanced hardness and malleability in your first task. The bronze plate is securely fitted and should weather the most vicious blows without becoming dislodged. And importantly, your work was swift and sure. Many an armorer has lost a sale due to late delivery, and rightly so. A customer's needs for armor is invariably pressing, and its absence like to be sorely felt. Given the stakes, reputation for reliability can mean handsome profits, especially at a time when the Maelstrom is seeking armorers to outfit its ever-expanding ranks. It is all we can do to keep pace with the Grand Company's orders for equipment, and that is why every member of our guild must support the next, much as the warriors of Eld supported their fellows in the phalanx with their shields. Though you have but recently begun your training, a woman of your natural talents belongs on the front line. I think the time has come for you to learn the use of another weapon in the armorer's arsenal. Specifically, pliers. Take this pair and try using them in combination with your hammer. It will feel strange at first, but persist and you will find that your work proceeds a damn sight more smoothly. When you think you've mastered the pliers, I'll want to see the results of your dedication. Until then, Corey. Yeah. Alright, the base fundamentals. Ah, Corey, just the last I was hoping to see. I have a new initiate that has near exhausted my reserves of patience, and I think she would benefit from seeing the results of a peer's dedication and skill, specifically yours. Her name is Granai? And builder help me, she is the most distracted, fumble-fingered craftswoman ever to lift a hammer. If she could but learn to forge the simplest of items without constant supervision, I would consider it a rare victory. It is unfortunate that Miqo'te did not see fit to invest all of my armorers with your innate talents. But I suppose we must all start somewhere, and if I abandoned every initiate that was slow to grasp a technique, our guild would have a grand total of what, 9 members? Maybe 10? I jest, but 'twould be few enough for our clients in the Maelstrom to have to share breastplates. So what say you, Corey? You need only craft a dozen sheets of bronze plates to supplement Greyneye's own. When they are ready, I want you to deliver them to the lass in person. Mayhap your example will inspire her to take more care with her work. Oh, this girl? She's not even crafting, she's just standing there. Pick up your hammer, girl. Do the thing. Oh, you must be Corey. The guildmaster told me you'd be... Wait, where did I put my hammer? Ah, there it is. Sorry, what were you saying? Right, yes. I would be most grateful for the extra sheets of bronze plate. Okay. How do you lose your hammer? It's on your hip. I can't say too much. I have also lost things that are attached. Gods, did you craft these yourself? Why, they are absolutely... Whoa, nearly dropped them. No harm done, though. Girl, are you sure you should be here? These are delicate materials and delicate instruments, and you can hurt yourself if you don't pay attention. As I was saying, I can certainly see why a forge master speaks so highly of your work. The bronze is the perfect color and thickness, so I assume you carefully measured out the amounts of tin and copper? I always add too much tin. Did you know metal can shatter? Yes. Only if you do it wrong. Well, I didn't. Truth be told, I've tended to put all my effort into making the armor itself, rather than bothering with the base materials. I mean, compared to hammering out glorious winged helms or ornate greaves, measuring out metals just seems so trivial. Uh-huh. Then where do you get your... where do you get your materials? But looking at your work, I'm beginning to wonder. I never realized how beautiful a simple sheet of bronze could be. Yeah, I might need to beat her up. With materials like this, just imagine the sturdy, shining suits of armor one might create. It seems I've been putting the cart before the chocobo. From this moment onwards, I swear to focus all my attention and care on the task at hand, even if the task at hand is forging bronze ingots. Yeah, everybody's got to start somewhere. And what of you, Corey? Do you have any grand projects waiting for you on the anvil? I overheard some of the senior armorers boasting about the coin they made through tradecraft leaves. Might that be something you'd consider? They say, Smokery over at the Drowning Winch is the one to talk to, and that's where I'll be headed once I improve my technique. Now, where did I put that hammer? Still on your hip, girl. Okay. One's own worst critic. Where have you been, Corey? There's work to be done. I need you to speak with another novice, a lass by the name of Durstwida. Durstwida? I was due a barbut and a buckler from her a few bells ago, but I found myself standing here with nary a noseguard. Lest you wonder, Durstwida is nothing like Greyneye. She is dedicated to the craft, as you are, and I've never known her to miss a delivery. Something must be amiss, and I need to find out what. I'd go and ask her myself, but I fear my usual approach would do more harm than good. The lass might be built like a stack of anvils, but she flinches at the merest hint of criticism. That's why I've decided to assign you as Durstwida's supervisor for this job. I'm counting on you to sort this out, Corey. Okay. Are you alright, girl? Are you alright? She looks depressed. A pleasure to meet you, miss. I'm sorry the Forge Master had to interrupt your work so that you might assist me with mine. I do hope you're not angry. I don't know if I could endure another dressing down. As pathetic as it sounds, that's actually the reason my delivery is late. I just can't bring myself to work. I'm sorry, I should start from the beginning. A short while ago, I received a visit from an armorer by the name of Landsteer. He is one of the old guard, a true veteran of the guild. But after a single glance at the armor I made, he yelled that my work wasn't fit to cover a kobold's arse. and now I cannot banish the scene from my mind. His face twisted in anger, those scornful words. Am I truly so talentless? I think he's just a kobold's arse. The shame, it paralyzes me. If he had explained the flaws in my work, I might endeavor to correct them. But I couldn't bring myself to speak to him, or to anyone else for that matter, not until now. Might you speak with Blacksmith on my behalf? I would know the reason behind this reprimand. Oh, I'm gonna speak with him, alright. Speak with him on full hands. I think he's on mute. Damn it. Okay, let's see. Don't make me pull out my hammer. Beat you with it. Alright. What's your problem? I'm Blacksmith. If you're looking for an armorer with skill and integrity, you found him. What are you after then? Why are you being a dick to other armorers if you're an armorer? Ed, you want to know what's amiss with Dersuita's work? One of the guild's newer faces, are you? All these whelps training under Hananza get their heads filled with daft, bloody notions of cooperation and camaraderie, when what they should be learning is how to use a pair of pliers. I've yet to meet one of her novices as could forge an ingot worth a damn, and them as ain't got the skill ain't worth my time. Which means you, girl. Now bugger off. Excuse you? First of all, you don't have to be friends to politely say, you could correct this part of your work, you know. You can... If somebody's not doing the job right, then help them. Only if they don't listen to criticism, that's when you be a dick. But you're just a dick. Not budging, eh? Wearisome wench. Did you just call me a... Oh man, don't make me pull out my sword. Don't make me switch classes. Alright then, tell you what. I'll give you one chance to prove yourself. Let's see you craft the same pieces as your friend made such a meal of. A decorated bronze barbut and a bronze buckler, it were. And if they're half decent, we'll have ourselves a nice little chat. What was I doing? Anyways. Alright, it's hammer time. Yep, I got your shit right here. High quality, too. Best things you've ever seen. Back at last, are you? I was beginning to think you'd crawled off to Ul'dah to buy the damn things from a back alley peddler. Excuse you? You think I cheat? I'm gonna stab you. Anyway, let's have a look, shall we? This guy might need to be stabbed a few more times. Bugger me, are you sure you made these yourself? Huh, seems at least one of Hananza's whelps knows the difference twixt a hammer and sledge. Builder, take me, you've some talent, lass. I don't care what you think of me. Go apologize to that poor shy girl. This barboat well shows the character of your work. Precise and uncompromising, as it should be. You realize that forging a helm ain't a matter of slapping a few molded sheets of bronze together. Nice. And your buckler's just as good. Small and light, but a damn sight sturdier than shield twice the size. Didn't expect to be saying this, but I'm impressed. With this level of quality and polish, you can make a tidy living for yourself as an artisan. But you're the exception, as proves the rule, lass. Fact is, the other novices ain't fit to lick your boots, Dersuita included. So you tell her this from me. If you've the time to wallow in wounded tears, you've the time to examine your own mistakes. There's no room in this world for craftsmen as can't criticize their own handiwork. So learn how to gauge your failings and correct them. Or hang up your bloody hammer. Okay, here's the thing though. If you don't know what you're doing wrong, then you can't correct it. It doesn't matter how long you look at the same thing to find the mistake. You have to know it's a mistake before you know that you made the mistake. Okay? You just being a rude asshole is not going to help her. Anyways, I don't like that guy. I do like the Rogadan girl, though. She seems sweet. A little shy. Don't worry about him, dude. He's just an asshole. Or hang up my bloody hammer? Well, thank you for passing on Bladenstier's advice. No, don't listen to his advice. He's full of shit. I believe I understand what he means to say, but not everyone has the inner fortitude to endure such criticism, be it from oneself or from others. If such strength is required to master the armorer's art, then mayhap I have mistaken my calling. I joined the guild with the dream of following Hananza's footsteps, but I see now that was folly. I shall have to think long and hard about my aspirations. Please convey my apologies to the Forge Master for the delay. Oh. Pat, pat. It's okay, girl. You'll get better. You can always let me look at your work. I'll tell you what you did wrong. I don't know what you did wrong, but, you know, I could make some guesses. Huh, so it was Blandsteer that caused this mess. The old bastard always did take it upon himself to weed out the weaker initiates. We're not exactly on the best of terms, he and I, even after all this time. I've known Blandsteer since we were naught but wide-eyed novices, serving our apprenticeship under the same master. We always had our differences, but when our master retired, they became that much more stark, and when we both put ourselves forward for the role of Forge Master, the resulting contest drove a permanent wedge between us. Blandsteer's arguments are not entirely without merit, but neither is his approach the only way to train new armorers. For that damnable curmudgeon, though, it's his way or no way at all. The idea of nurturing aught less than God's given talent is anathema to him, and his ears wax deaf at the mere mention of it. But outfitting an army is the work of more than a talented few. It is the work of many hands acting in unison. Yeah. Well, and what she's saying is true, because they have a lot of work they need to get done. If they only accepted people that were automatically good at the craft and were naturals at it, then they wouldn't have enough to fulfill the orders. You know, people can be taught to have talents. You know, it takes a lot of dedication and hard work, but it can be taught. I have turned a blind eye to Blandsteer's behavior until now, but if he would threaten the unity of this guild, something must needs be done. I will think on it. And also, in like a place like this, where, you know, everybody does their part, like, there's no reason that she can't say, well, okay, this is my weakness, will you help cover for this? You know, like this girl. She couldn't make the plates, so I made the plates for her. You know, easy peasy. An armorer's pride. How fare you, Corey? Have you any further dealings with Blandsteer? If so, I do hope his bile has not begun to wear away at your better judgment. Lest you think me unjust, I do not dispute his skill with a hammer. I merely take issue with the lack of respect he shows to those he deems inferior. He is responsible for breaking the spirits of more than a few novice armorers, and our ranks suffer for it. But I cannot in good conscience remove his name from the guild register. For all his flaws, Blandsteer's knowledge and experience would be too great a loss. Instead, I must find a way to soften the old buzzard's stance, and for that I require your assistance. He will not unfold his thoughts to me, but mayhap he will to you. Don't look so surprised. You're one of the few armorers in this place whom he wouldn't see cast out. He may possess all the charm of a rabid coral, but he does have a fine eye for talent and an appreciation for well-crafted goods. Take him one of your best iron hoplons, and I dare say he'll share his thoughts with you. Ah, but I should warn you. Summervib has informed me that we scarcely have sufficient iron plates to cover our existing commissions, so you will have to look elsewhere. Hawker's Alley will almost certainly have what you need, or there is always the option of mining it yourself. Either way, I apologize for putting you into additional trouble. Right? I could just beat him until he starts listening. Right? No, he needs his hands to craft. We can break his legs. He can do all of his crafting sitting down. One last thing. I want you to meld materia to the finished shield. That should get the old sod's attention. Your vacant stare does not inspire confidence, Corey. In brief, materia is the crystallized essence of a well-worn piece of equipment. By the way, my vacant stare, that's just natural. That's just the way I look. I have a resting blank stare. Please just ignore it. I do know what materia is. Those crystals are attached to other gear to enhance various properties. If you know more, you should consider paying Mutamix a visit at his camp in Central Thanalan. He will teach you about the process of enhancing equipment using materia. Oh, and he's a goblin. Now, the shield you craft must embody all the knowledge and skills you have gained thus far. The sight of it should serve to convince Blandsteer that you are a like-minded soul, and prompt him to speak to you as such. Good luck, Corey. May the builder guide your hand. Gotta pull out my hammer when I go near this guy so I can whack him a good one every time I speak to him. What do you want? Hananza have you running errands again? Check this out. What's this? Brought me a shield, have you? With materia? Impressive, but don't imagine a bit of materia is enough to make up for shoddy workmanship. I ain't the kind to be blinded by sparklies, lass. Now, let's have a closer look. Best damn shield you've ever done seen. Bugger me. 'Tis when they make the step up from bronze to iron that the weaker craftsmen start to show their limitations. The metal being a damn sight harder to shape, all manner of flaws creep into their work. But there ain't a single bleeding one in the shield. Your hammer blows were steady and measured. And you've kept the thickness of the iron nice and even, too. No bugger wants his shield splitting in half, 'cause the armor beat a bit of the plate too thin. And fine piece of work this. Damn fine. That's twice you've passed me inspection now. I'm convinced. You've the kind of skill as demands respect, lass. So, as one artisan to another, let me ask you a question. What are your thoughts on Hananza's handling of the guild? I think she's handling it just great. I know you ain't been with us for long, but you must have wondered what she was playing at, am I right? No? If you ask me, the star-hearted wench is polluting the damn place with blundering amateurs. What are armors and naught but name? An armorer's craft gear as keeps men alive. If you lack the skill or the experience to make armor as will do that job, you have no business holding a hammer. That's where there are people who inspect the armor, okay? Before it goes out to where it needs to go, okay? It's fine. You're full of shit. Just imagine what had happened if a breastplate made by one of them lackwits fell apart in battle. And not just to the poor bastard wearing it, neither. I'm talking about what'd become of the guild's good name. The way Hananza entrusts these novices with a real craftsman's work, she's spitting in the face of the builder. Only a tried and true armorer should be taking on orders and dealing with valued patrons. But how are they supposed to get there if they don't try? By refusing to get rid of the dregs, Hananza's dampening the flames in our forges. Forge master my arse. How can she be so bloody blind? You're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about, which is probably why you're not guildmaster, huh? Showing your steel. Ah, there you are. Tell me, were you able to prize anything useful out of Blandsteer? What did he have to say? That he's an idiot? Dampening the flames in our forges. A familiar refrain. The stubborn old sod will never understand why his way is doomed to fail. Not that he's ever even thought to question it. If we choose not to pass on our knowledge, all of the techniques and methods we've perfected over God knows how long are destined to perish along with us. Landsteers bemoans the dampening of our forge's flames, while advocating a course which would see them extinguished altogether. And that is why I will continue to expose all of our initiates to as many facets of the craft as I can, until such time as I die or am replaced. I may add that you yourself stand as a shining example of how effective this approach can be. I'll not force the issue, but you'd make the perfect champion for my cause. That said, Blandsteer has apparently come to much the same conclusion. He submitted an order that asks for you by name. The order is for a single steel ingot, but being the difficult bastard that he is, he doesn't want just any steel ingot. He wants an ingot of the purest steel, and that'll require extra effort on your part. Well, I'll not keep you any longer. You've work to do and a cantankerous artisan to impress. Yep, here's his high quality. Whee. You here to deliver that ingot to us? I ain't one for idle chit-chat. Yeah, I know, you don't like to be friends. The weight feels right. Let's head inside and have a look, shall we? Best damn iron you ever did see. Aha, I knew you were up to the task, lass. You can forge steel much purer than that. It's a common enough material, of course, and one no self-respecting armorer should have any trouble working. But it's the quality of these common materials that makes the difference between crafting a workday piece and a masterpiece. No matter how shiny you polish it, your work will never be more mediocre if the stuff you make it from is second-rate. Any road, I can see you've already learned that lesson, huh? I swear, every time our paths cross, you're twice the armor you was before. And yet Hananzo has a talented lass like you tidying up after the bungling, bloody novices, instead of giving you the freedom to master your craft. Makes me blood boil, it does. I don't mind helping other people out. I'm not an asshole like you. If our guild's to survive, it's got to be able to serve its customers' needs. And buggeras don't contribute to keeping the roof over our heads don't deserve to work under it. But they are contributing. Okay. Not gonna go over the same argument over and over again. You're not gonna get it. Your skull's too fucking thick. Your skull might as well be thick as this steel ingot here. But not but respect for you, Corey. You're the kind of armorer this guild needs more of. But tell me true, are you really content to waste your career wiping the arses of Hananza's squalling babes? Your talent's being buried under a mountain of mediocrity, and it's high time you did something about it. As to what, well, that's for you to decide. I'm going to keep on doing it because I enjoy it. Also, I like that girl, that shy Rogadin. She seems nice. Alright, may the best armorer win. Ah, Corey, the woman whose name is on everyone's lips. In case you didn't know, the entire guild seems to be holding its breath, waiting to see which side you'll come down on. The popular opinion is that you're ready to take up with Blandsteer. No thanks. Guy's an asshole. I have no such concerns, of course. Had you resolved to distance yourself from me, we would not be having this conversation. But that does not change the fact that your allegiance remains a subject of public debate, one which threatens the unity of the guild. I propose you dispel our colleagues' unfounded anxiety by demonstrating your affiliation in a manner that none may doubt or dispute. Specifically, I would have you accept the commission of a valued client on my behalf. That, I think, would serve as proof of both my faith in you and your support for the guild's present course. Tell me, how would you like to try your hand at crafting a suit of steel chainmail? The order comes from a resident of Casa del Sol, an extremely wealthy and discerning gentleman who will accept nothing less than the finest quality armor. As you may imagine, his patronage is of great value to the guild. I need hardly add that I would not entrust this commission to an armorer in whom I had aught less than the utmost faith. The client's maid servant, Nortowib, will supply you with the finer details of the order. She should be here in the city, conducting business at the Fisherman's Guild as we speak. Okay. To the Fisherman's Guild. Over here. You know, Casa del Sol sure does have a lot of wealthy merchants looking for stuff. It's not the same chick, is it? I don't remember the name of the first one, but they look very similar. Okay. Greetings and salutations. What an honor it is to meet another of Lominsan's famed artisans. I'm sorry, a commission? Oh dear, there seems to be some confusion. I have already entrusted my master's commission to a veteran craftsman of your esteemed organization. You are acquainted with Blandster? Did he steal my job? What a rude asshole! His reputation precedes him, you see, and I saw little reason to doubt that a man of his experience should be assigned the task. But I do not mean to suggest that you, I merely sought to justify my own misapprehension. Regrettably though this situation may be, I would hesitate to shame your colleagues by stripping him of his commission, given all the sterling work he has done for us in the past, I mean. Yet I can well imagine that you are loath to return to your superior empty-handed. Assuming the finished armor is of exceptional quality, my master will provide full remuneration, regardless of the hand that forges the links. Mayhap it would be best for all concerned if you discuss the matter with your fellow armorer. Fucker stole my job! I'm gonna beat him with my fucking hammer! Sorry, just had to check out her outfit. Very important. Hey, you dickhead! You stole my job! Well, if it ain't Hananza's lapdog. I heard about your little show of allegiance. I mean, I haven't even showed allegiance yet. You stole my job! I suppose Nortwib told you I snatched the commission right from under your nose, did she? Heh, seems we got ourselves a thorny little predicament, don't it? Well, I ain't about to hand the job back to you on a silver bleeding platter, but that don't mean I want you to give up, neither. Don't you see, this is the perfect chance to find out who's the better armorer, to see which of us has walked the right and proper path. I'm talking about a contest of skill, girl. Whichever of us crafts the finer suit of chainmail gets the job. But remember, this bloke pays good coin for a reason. He wants the best, and he ain't about to settle for less. Not that he'll have to, of course. Your armor need to be bloody flawless to be better than mine, so our mate'll be getting his money's worth, whatever happens. Once you're ready, bring your armor back here, and we'll lay it out next to mine. We've both got our pride, so I reckon we can judge the results fairly for ourselves. Now bugger off, asshole. I don't have a chainsaw. Actually. Aw. There is a, carpenter weapon that looks like a chainsaw. And I thought I had one similar to it, but I do not. Nope, that was the wrong class. You know what I need? I need the, machinist's job so that I could flamethrower the fucker. Anyways, got your chainmail. Well, pressure too much for your last, or have you finished putting that chainmail together? I got your fucking chainmail. Right then, let's have a look, shall we? By Burgot's beard, where did you learn to forge links like that? It's bloody perfect. Rogger himself would struggle to stick a dagger through that steel. And look at that luster. Strength and beauty in equal goddamn measure. Hananza should be praising the builder for dropping a gift like yourself in her lap. You won fair and square, Corey. I'll not bother to lecture you no more. I take it your beauteous bloody chainmail to Norderwib myself and let her know who it was as crafted it. That's an old tradition among us armorers, case you didn't know. The loser of the contest gets the job of delivering the victor's goods. Bah, gloat while you can, lass. You just joined Hananza on the top of me list. This ain't over, not by a long shot. I've already proved that I'm the better builder than you. Also, I have a sword. Alright, Pans of Steel. Greetings, Corey. I heard word you bested Blandsteer in an armorer's contest of skill. An impressive feat, and one of which you should be proud. But I'm afraid you've made a most troublesome enemy, for he is both persistent and vindictive. As you well know, I speak from bitter experience on that matter. Rather than dwell on this unpleasant rivalry, however, I would have you focused on your craft. Ready your hammer and pliers, Corey. There is much and more to do. Master Lingsath, over at the Bismarck, has commissioned a new steel fry pan, and, as one might expect of the head of the Culinarians Guild, he accepts only the finest of wares. Now, compared to pounding out thick protective plates of armor, cooking utensils, being generally smaller and lighter, require a somewhat more delicate touch. You must bring all of your concentration to bear, lest you risk ruining the entire piece with a single misplaced blow. In light of recent events, which have no doubt left your mind scattered, I believe a task that fully engages your faculties will prove beneficial. Let us not keep Master Lingsaf waiting, Corey. To the forge with you. Where is that fry pan, Corey? It is true that you are no longer some rank novice, but do not think your posterior safe from the toe of my boot if you choose to dither and dally. No dithering, no dallying. Here's your pan. Don't kick me in the boot. Don't kick me in the boot! Truly, another consummate work. I can find no flaw with its weight or balance. It is not so heavy as to be a struggle to lift, yet it remains sturdy enough to endure the frantic pace of the Bismarck's kitchens. I trust at this juncture that you comprehend in full my earlier warning. To produce a fry pan of this quality would most certainly have required your undivided attention. No. Basically AFK'd. I mean, I was paying attention, but I pressed 2 buttons. And I can tell this item received just that. The consistency of the metal's thickness is all the evidence one needs. This type of precision should not be undervalued. In this case, should the fry pan be poorly forged, the heat of its cooking surface will be uneven, and such flaws are unacceptable to an exacting culinarian such as Master Lingsaf. Even the sturdiest of utensils, however, rarely last him more than a few seasons. It is a struggle to find armorers who can meet his demanding specifications when he turns to our guild for replacements. Is your dog being ornery? I had long intended to assign this commission to you, but your encounter with Blandsteer had me doubting your ability to concentrate. This is one of those rare occasions when I am happy to be proven wrong. Do you know what the Bismarck is? Like, the guy probably cooks 1,000,000 meals in a day. And I don't think they have plastic spatulas, so he's probably scraping the fuck out of the pan with the spatula. I mean, not really. Replacing it once a season, that sounds right for a restaurant. Because that's, what, 3 months? I mean, for a popular restaurant, that sounds about right. I mean, I have to replace my frying pans once a year, so... And I use plastic spatulas. But I let it sit on the heat too long, so... I don't buy the cheapest ones. I actually have good sets. They're non-stick. I like them. No, that sounds right, because at the hotels we have to replace our cooking stuff, too. Yeah, most good kitchens replace their stuff at least once a year. I mean, once a season is a bit much, but I mean, they're very popular there. Your face is non-stick. Okay. Your uncompromising attention to detail continues to be an inspiration to your colleagues. And speaking of details, there is one that remains untended. Delivering this fry pan to Master Lingzaf's hand. I trust you do not need directions to the Culinarians Guild. Nope. I mean, maybe he's whacking his employees or customers with a pan. You come to deliver my new fry pan, have ya? Yeah, I got your fry pan right here. Well now, ain't she a beauty? With this pan, I'll be able to whip up all sorts of dishes, and not fret about burning the middle or undercooking the edges. You'll say this was your work? Only the Forge Master herself has ever been able to make utensils what I'd consider worthy of the Bismarck. Seems like I finally got me another craftswoman I can trust. You're welcome in me kitchen any time, lass. Oh, I see. He's the type of person that it has to be perfect and brand new, or he doesn't like it. So he probably switches out before it gets bad. Seems kind of wasteful, but whatever. Alrighty then. Okay. Best of 3. Oh, am I going to have another contest with the asshole? I hope you're feeling competitive, Corey, for Blandsteer has submitted a formal challenge. Seems he means to recover the pride you cost him with your previous victory. He is an overgrown, sulky child who sees his fellow colleagues as not more than rivals. In his tiny world, all that matters is who is the best, who is the brightest, and who is the most able to provide immediate value to the guild. So, not him. Now, I would be lying if I said I did not also take such factors into account. You well know my demand for excellence, but the methods we take to reach it differ vastly. Blandsteer would run a guild of exclusion, one in which an adventurer like yourself would have been unwelcome. The lack of sense in that is clear. You know, the Miners Guild was had a similar theme to it. He may be my equal in skill and technique, but it is this narrow perspective that weighed the balance against him in our contest for the Guildmaster's chair. I won and he lost. That simple fact plays an enormous role in the enmity that now lies between us. And I'm certain that past defeat is no small part of what fuels Blandsteer's present desire to prove himself your better. I regret this ridiculous feud has drawn you into its bitter maw. But if it means seeing that stubborn old dodo put in his place, then I'm just childish enough myself to encourage you to accept. Blandsteer awaits you in his usual haunt. Go to him and show you've the steel to pick up the gauntlet he's thrown down. Oh yeah, should I pull out my hammer? Should I pull out a frying pan and bonk him over the head? I've had just enough of Hananza's cuddling ways. She's raising a generation of slackjaws that look like armorers, but ain't fit to wipe the suit from a proper craftsman's backside. Before you know it, folk will start losing trust in the trade itself. Years of pride and tradition are crumbling to dust around our feet. And if you had your way, the craft would just die altogether because there's not enough good people to do it. Of course, ever since you bested me in our little competition, me words don't carry the weight they once did, because you suck. Seems like I've got to take you down a few pegs before I can start putting things aright. Aye, the world needs to know old Blandsteer's not to be beaten by one of Hananza's lot, even if it were her prize pup. We'll settle this the old-fashioned way, a 3-round contest of skill. There ain't no point in dragging this out, so let's get straight to the challenge for the first round. The finest mithril cuirass you can forge. Since I'll be choosing the task, you'll leave the appraisal of our work to your precious forge master. I'll be taking me armor to her directly. Once you've shown Hananza your own cuirass, and heard her decision, you bring the piece to me so I can see it for myself. Am I gonna have to do this one at a time? Ugh. Blandsteer has already been here to submit his work for appraisal. You have a mithril cuirass prepared as well, I trust. Gotcha right here. I actually wear one of these. It's part of one of my outfits. They do look rather nice. This is superb craftsmanship, Corey. It seems the pressure of this challenge have done naught to clog your eye for details. In fact, you may have produced your finest piece yet. It is superior to Blandsteer's in every respect. You think me biased? Yes, it is true that I despise that self-centered windbag, but I mean to judge this contest fairly, and the Rogadin's armor was indeed forged with his customary quality. But it is thus that the brilliance of your cuirass shines all the more brightly for improving on the work of a master artisan. Mithril is a notoriously difficult material to shape. Yet see the gloss of these plates, not a single imperfection to mar the surface. I have cast an eye over many a suit of armor, but it is refreshing to know that it can still be impressed. The first round goes to you. I only wish I could be there to see Blandsteer weep when you show him the masterpiece you have created. Yeah, see my masterpiece. So, Hananza chose your armor over mine, did she? Just surprise, surprise. Come then, pup, let's see this bloody work of art. Huh, well, you've not been neglecting your craft, that much is certain. I can't rightly disagree with her decision, but the next round will be a different story. You can be sure of that. Actually, if this is a 2 out of 3, then we might lose this next one. For the good of the guild. Blacksmith has notified me of the challenge for the second round of your contest. Defeat in the first round has humbled him not a whit, it seems. You may have gained an early lead, Corey, but keep your focus sharp. As I have said before, complacency can be your downfall, and a man like Blacksmith is at his most dangerous when his pride is on the line. Now, according to the wishes of our vindictive veteran, for the next round you are to craft several items, and you must do so within a reasonable time frame to reflect the pressures of an actual commission. He fails to mention what he considers to be reasonable, so I suggest you work with dispatch. The challenge requires you to forge a pair of mithril-plated caligy, a reinforced mithril elmo, and a pair of mithril solarettes of the finest possible quality. Naturally, every one of these items requires an abundance of mithril ore. See how he deliberately chooses the same material as before? Such is Blacksmith's confidence in his ability, and his certitude that he cannot be beaten twice under similar conditions. This is your chance to unravel the obnoxious self-assurance, and to end this contest with a second-round victory. If anyone can quench the fury of that insufferable Auroch, Corey, it's you. Bring your submission to me once you are satisfied with your forging. Take no shortcuts. I expect to see armor of unsurpassed quality. Do you have the pieces required for the second round? I need to see a pair of mithril Yeah. Here. Got all your stuff. Oh, yeah. Well done, Corey. Your work is flawless. I would declare you victor this moment, except I need you to relinquish this armor to the guild. As for the why, it concerns a potential dire loss of trust and reputation. Do you recall the time you aided one of our novices with an order of bronze hoplons? Well, I'm afraid young Swithin has failed to deliver once more. Oh dear. He has improved much in his craft, spurred on as he was by your example, but again the lad accepted a commission he could never hope to honor, and one does not break a promise made to the maelstrom. I could drop full responsibility for this failure onto Swithin's unreliable shoulders and cast him out of the guild, but what worth is a guild that does not to support its own members when they truly need it? Blacksmith is a harsh man, but not entirely without reason. If you explain the circumstances, he may grant you a few extra days to forge your submissions anew. What say you, Corey? Will you yield your work to the guild? Absolutely. That's the point that I'm trying to make to this fucker, is I'd rather help the guild than do my own thing. I don't care if he understands or not, I'll just beat him at the next challenge. God's blessings upon you, Corey. Swithin, come over here and show some gratitude. I don't know how to repay you for saving my neck yet again. I'll never forgive myself if it costs you your victory over Blacksmith. But the compassion you and the Forge Master have shown me this day will not be squandered. This I promise you. I'll work twice as hard, 3 times even. We are in your debt. I'll arrange to have these pieces delivered to the Maelstrom Quartermasters immediately. Meanwhile, you should hurry over to Blacksmith and explain the delay in your submission. Yeah, he's not going to accept it, and I know that. I'll just accept the loss for this one, and I'll beat the shit out of him in the next challenge. What's this now? You let the guild have your armor to make up a missed order? Hahaha. What'd I tell ya? Those fumble-fingered parasites are holding you back at every turn. It was meant to honor the terms of our contest, no matter the circumstances. Now you've neither the gear you crafted to show for your efforts, nor the time to forge a new submission. This round goes to me. I grant you this ain't the kind of victory a man looks for, but rules is rules, lass, and failure comes with consequences. So I don't want to hear no excuses for the final round. You just bring your best work to the table, and we'll let the results stand for themselves. Yeah, that's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm going to win the next round anyways, because I'm fucking amazing and you're an asshole. See, the plot of this one is good, so I guess it was just the Blacksmith one that was a little hit or miss. Rivalry and respect. I must thank you again, Corey, for sacrificing your time and effort to help our guild with that order for the Maelstrom. It behooves us not to fail clients such as they, no matter the reason, but as is our fate, we are rarely afforded a respite from the flames of the Forge. I have recently been informed that Admiral Whirlwib will be inspecting various organizations our own Armorers Guild included, and the rules in promoting Lominsan's trade with the East. The impressions made during this inspection will have a direct influence on who the Maelstrom chooses as the provider of its equipment and other sundry supplies. Landsteer, in his usual arrogant manner, has proposed that we seize this opportunity to have the Admiral herself serve as arbiter for the final round of your contest. Oh, imagine how that bastard would crow if you were to suffer defeat before the commander of Lominsan's Grand Company. The credence such a public figure would lend to his arguments would spell the end of the guild as we know it. You must not allow this to come to pass. Success in this third and final challenge hinges on your ability to forge what might need to be the most exquisite cobalt habergeon in the realm. And, as you'd expect, it is one of the more demanding pieces of armor a student of our discipline can attempt. While I harbor not the slightest doubt that you will produce a habergeon of surpassing quality, let us tip the scales in your favor by augmenting it with materia. A Heaven's Eye materia of the third grade should do the trick. Once your armor is complete, deliver it to Sergeant Svinberg at Hawker's Round, and he will see it passed along to the Admiral. Oh yeah. Hawker's Round. Hawker's Round. There. Alrighty, buddy. So, Corey Foxy, you have a Cobalt Habergeon for me? It would not do to keep Admiral Merlvib waiting. Got your stuff. Consider your submission accepted. I think you'll enjoy the Admiral's methods of appraisal. Excuse me? Okay, Ul'dah didn't have you meeting with the actual leader, so I feel good about this. Corey, Landsteer, this is the final round of your contest. We will decide victory or defeat. May the best armorer win. Admiral, who are these gentlemen? Where are the mannequins? I think they are the mannequins. I find little can be learned from insipidly lifeless models, so I've decided to take a different tact. My men here will wear your armorer's submissions instead. I see. Do you intend them to take on varying poses for your inspection? In a manner of speaking, we wish to determine the quality of the armor, do we not? I prefer the direct approach. Oh my god. Bergot's beard? What kind of appraisal is this? I love the Admiral. She makes me so happy. You really that surprised, Hananza? No finer way to test your gear than in the heat of battle. Using flesh and blood warriors is hardly necessary. What of the risks of injury? Me armor was built to withstand far worse than this. If those blokes get hurt by them oversized hatchets, then I ain't got no business being here. You agree on that score, don't you, Corey? Well, well, it appears your claims to excellence are more than empty boasts. Let's raise the stakes, shall we? Oh my god! Okay. Admiral, you go too far! Such expensive equipment is of little use to us if it cannot stop a bullet. Unless you think me reckless, my men were never in any real danger. I quite carefully inspected the sturdiness of both her burgeons before we began. You are not the only one with an eye for quality, dear Forge Master. In any case, it appears we have a winner. Oh. I don't believe it. The shot punched through me links. What's so damn different between your armor and mine? I'm just better than you, obviously. Perhaps the reason you cannot answer that question, Armorer, is the reason you just lost to your colleague. Bloody hells. This was most educational and entertaining experience. When the Maelstrom next finds itself in need of a replacement equipment, I believe I know just the sort of armorer to whom we shall turn. I love you! Marry me! Whirlwind! Congratulations, Corey. It was a close contest, but you've struck a telling blow here today nonetheless. Yeah, go and sulk, you little whiny bitch. The question is, does Blandsteer yet realize his folly? It would be best for you to seek him out to learn where we now stand. Okay, back to the Axe Castle. Man, I love Merlewib. She's amazing. Oh, I went the wrong way. I'm supposed to talk to the asshole. Is he sulking in his corner like a little bitch? Come to see me beaten and broken, have ya? You have made a bloody fool out of me. You know you did that all on your own. Bah, I've made a fool of meself. Oh, I'm glad you understand that. I was just too thick-headed stubborn to see it coming. Reckon I ought to steer clear of guild business for a time. Get me some distance to think on all this. But you tell that harpy Hananza that she better not let this place fall to pieces. I'll still be watching. Oh my god, you're such a whiny little bitch. Very like Blandsteer to have the last word. At least now he seems to have grasped the idea that his way is not as absolute as he believed. After all, the greatest source of innovation is found in our connection with others. For instance, did you know that kobold was the original pronunciation of cobalt? It was through trade with those beastmen miners that we first encountered the subsequently refined and the use of cobalt ore. Without such contact, it is unlikely that the armor you forged for the last round of your contest would even exist today. There is only so much an armorer can achieve on her own. It is mutual respect and a healthy dose of friendly rivalry that truly spurs the improvement of a craft. Blandsteer's gravest mistake was to see his rivals as enemies. By walling himself off from his peers, he denied himself the knowledge of techniques which you were grateful enough to receive. His defeat was inevitable. And it was your determination and skill that taught him the dangers of stagnation. You embody everything I stand for, Corey, and the guild is richer for your presence. Yay! See, I like that one. That was a good story. I guess it was just the Blacksmith one that was a little weird. Alright, next. Let's go find out why they go through their, frying pan so quickly. See, mine is pretty, and it has a chocobo chick on the inside. It's probably not very good to cook with because it has a chocobo chick on the inside, but whatevs. I'm not one to judge. familiar Lalafell. She's definitely familiar. Okay, I've had the familiar Lalafell. Time to get to work. My first skillet. I see you're holding the skillet the right way round. Good. A culinarian lives and dies by his utensils. Get that into your head afore you do aught else, or your food'll look like shite and taste worse. Now, let's see what you can do. For starters, I want you to make me maple syrup using your skillet. Recipe's as simple as they come. You only need two things, maple sap and a fire shard. Jossie sells sap over at the guild counter. Now, time's a-wastin', so get to work. It don't pay to keep folk waitin' in our trade. Yes, yes. What in 7Ls are you waiting for? I told you to make me maple syrup, didn't I? Yep, I got your maple syrup. The maple syrup's ready, is it? About bloody time. Let's see how it tastes, then. Oh, this ain't bad. Flavor's all right, consistency's nearly there. And sure, it's a damn sight better than a lot of novices manage. As you probably know, maple syrup's one of the most popular sweeteners around, and a key ingredient in all manner of cakes and treats. What you probably didn't know is that boiling the stuff down gets you maple sugar, a different sweetener with different uses. Just goes to show, even the simplest ingredients can have hidden complexities. I said earlier that a culinarian lives and dies by his utensils. Well, that's just the half of it. He also needs to know his ingredients, and that's something that only comes with experience. Keep your nose to the stove and report back when you're ripe for another task. I am ready for another task. A treat of trout. You've come at a good time, Corey. Just so happens I need your help with something. One of our chefs buggered up an order a bit ago, and he's been down in the dumps ever since. Ingham's his name. Joined the guild a few moons afore you did. Determined lad, but don't take failure too well. Any road, we can't have him crying into his soup. Plays havoc with the seasoning, you see. So I want you to try and cheer him up. And there's not like a good meal to take a man's mind off his many failings. A nice bit of grilled trout should do the trick. Just one of his favorites. Aye, if you was to cook him up a plate of that, I reckon he'd find the experience highly motivating. The main ingredient, princess trout, can be had at the Hull line. As for Ingham, you'll find him working in the kitchens. Prepare the dish and take it to him. Happy grilling. Oh man, look at all their ingredients they have back there. How goes? What is it? A grilled trout for me? Well, yes, I am quite fond of the dish, but what have I done to deserve it? You fucked up. So obviously, every time you fuck up, you get your favorite food, right? That's what dogs think. Darkstar, you know all about that, right? Every time your dog does something bad, she needs a treat. The guildmaster thought it would cheer me up, you say? Well-meaning though he may be, food is not the solution to every woe. But come, let us see your handiwork. It is my duty as your senior to give you counsel. Surely not. You made this? Truly, the aroma. It's delightful. And the skin ever so slightly charred, just as it should be. 'Twill say me, the thought of sinking my teeth into that crispy layer, and tasting the tender flesh beneath. Oh, Beg pardons. As I was saying, this is quite impressive. In fact, I doubt even the guildmaster would be able to fault it. Trust me, I know. But I don't understand it. You've been here scarcely long enough to learn syrup making, yet you're already capable of this? Do you know how long it took me to achieve the same? 6 bleeding moons! Gods, I'm so utterly devoid of talent. No, I will not be outdone by a mere novice. I refuse to be outdone. My apologies. I thank you for the trout, and would have you accept this knife from me. Use it in conjunction with your skillet, and your cooking experience will be much enhanced. Do not mistake it for a gift. It is payment for the trout, nothing more. Besides, it would give me no pleasure to get the better of a woman who once wasn't properly equipped. Now, leave me be. I have stock to take. Okay. So I understand the knife being the secondary tool, but wouldn't the spatula be better suited? It would fit our frying pan better. I mean, maybe I just have the knife in one hand, the spatula in the other, and go at it, and it's fine. Oh man, that looks good. I want some stew. God, I haven't had stew in forever. I know it's too hot for stew right now, but I really love some stew. Dodo it yourself. Ah, Corey, fine timing. I need your help. Remember Ingham? Well, your grilled trout did wonders for his motivation. Lad's been working his arse off ever since. Any road, I thought I'd give him a chance to prove himself with a big order for delivery, but it looks like he might have bit off more than he can chew. Now, everything is made, he's made to my satisfaction. The problem being what he's not made. And I ain't talking about a missing Toulet or nor a stray crouton either. I'm talking about the bleeding main course, a grilled dodo. So I'd be much obliged if you could whip up 2 servings of it in his stead, and get 'em over to him quick. In case you're not familiar with the dish, 'tis one of the Bismarck's old favorites. You rub garlic and salt into a piece of dodo tenderloin, then grill it. Shouldn't pose a rising star like yourself no trouble. I am amazing. Oh, sorry to interrupt your conversation, ladies. You cannot. That is not a table. That's a wall. Fabulous. What is it now? The guildmaster has entrusted me with the preparation of a sizable order, so if you don't mind, I shall get back to work. I got part of your order. You've brought me 2 servings of grilled dodo? And what precisely do you propose I do with... The main course? How could I have forgotten the main bloody course? And it's far too late to start preparing now. Damn it, your grilled dodo will have to do. I only hope the quality of other courses and accompaniments compensates for... excuse you, I made the best goddamn dodo you've ever seen. By the 12, you cooked these? The golden brown hue tantalizing the eyes from betwixt a perfect diamond pattern of grilled lines. The surface is seared to perfection, aye, over a hot fire to seal in the juices, just as the guildmaster teaches. And this irresistible aroma, just enough garlic to balance the dodo's gamey richness, but not so much as to overwhelm the palate. Beg pardons, as I was saying, this is impressive. Grilled dodo may seem a simple dish, but therein lies the rub. If one thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. I could not have produced anything near this standard. Gods damn it, I practiced day and night in order to improve my skills, only to botch my largest ever order, and then you come along and save the day. You of all bloody people. Gah, what have I done to deserve this? Suffice it to say, I'm not pleased with how things have turned out. But you've done me a kindness, and I always repay my debts. Listen well, for I will share with you information that should prove to your profit. You know what guild leaves are, I trust? Well, there's a variety that calls for culinary expertise. They're known as tradecraft leaves, and they provide an excellent opportunity to hone your skills while earning coin. If such work interests you, I recommend you speak with Tomokri of the Adventurers Guild. And on that note, away with you. Yes, away with you. Next quest. On a skewer tip. Well, if it ain't young Corey, and judging by the burns on your hands, you've been working hard at your cooking. Good on ya. You're an inspiration to your peers, lass, especially Ingham. Aye, he's been working like a man possessed since the business with the grilled dodo. Not that it's made much difference. Truth be told, I'm convinced he's made a pig ear of things again. He hasn't told me as much, mind, but it's writ plain on his face. I've tried to prise the story out of him, see if there's aught I can do, like, but he bites his tongue when I'm around. Stubborn sod. Any road I was thinking. Might be as he'd open up to one of his beers. And seeing as you had such an effect on him, I reckon you might be just the last for the job. So do us a favor and coax the story out of him, would you? Oh, and lend him a hand if he needs one. Man. You again? What have you come for this time? Oh, I see. The guildmaster has you spying on me now. He thinks that I'm incompetent and can't be trusted to do my own work. I mean, your words, not mine. Ah, who am I fooling? If Master Lingsath thinks I'm incompetent, it's because I am. With me, it's one bungle after order after another. It shames me to reveal this to you, of all people, but I've offended one of the Bismarck's regulars. The man, Miqo'te is his name, has a soft spot for meat kebabs, and so I thought I'd impress him with a complimentary skewer, only to have his expression turn sour the instant he took a bite. I'll never forget the steel in his voice when he said that he would have words with the management. I meant to add luster to the Bismarck's proud reputation. Instead, I tarnished it. I want to set things right, but I don't know how. Miqo'te's still out on the terrace, but I just can't bear facing him again. Not this soon. Gods, what am I to do? No, I shan't be ordering anything else. I see you're still here. Let me guess. You've come to apologize on behalf of the sorry excuse for a chef who made that god's-awful meat kebab. Well, I'm afraid the damage has been done. I have been served second-rate food at the Bismarck. It is only right that the man responsible should be dismissed, and I mean to see to it that he is. Do not mistake my intention. I do this solely to preserve the Bismarck's good name. Were it to become known that Lingsath was employing the services of inferior chefs, the once fine establishment would soon fall into disrepute. You've yet to speak a word, but I take it you are not pleased with my evaluation. Very well, if you would have me believe that this incident was an aberration, and not, in fact, indicative of a general decline in standards, I suggest you convince me with your cooking. I will not have it said that I am an unreasonable man. Make me another meat kebab, one fit for consumption this time, and I shall reconsider my stance. Also, didn't he say that he gave it to you complimentary? You're complaining about free food? I don't care what it tastes like, it's free food. What a dick. Yeah. Ah, here it is, finally. Unless you have any objections, I shall sample it in your kitchen. That way I can treat Lingsath to my opinion with the flavor still fresh upon my palate. Well, it would seem you have made amends for your fellow chef's failure. This is as moist and flavorful a meat kebab as I've ever tasted, and I've tasted more than I can count. As a matter of fact, I consider myself something of a connoisseur. Connoisseur. Okay, I'm starting to have problems with words, but I'm gonna finish all these quests. And know more than a little about its preparation. Would you like me to tell you what I think your colleague did wrong? First of all, in his eagerness to seal in the meat's moisture, he left it searing for far too long, producing something akin to charcoal. Not so with your dodo. Its surface is charred just enough to be aromatic, while the middle is still moist. Second, your friend grilled all the ingredients together, even though tomato and paprika require far less time of the fire than meat. To your credit, you did not fall into this trap. Last but not least, your friend was too heavy on the salt. Those with underdeveloped palates may beg to differ, but it is the harmony of sweet, sour, and salty that makes a kebab, and yours, my friend, struck the perfect balance. Which brings me to my conclusion. I was wrong to assume that the quality of your colleague's dish was indicative of general decline in standards. It would seem the Bismarck's reputation is in no immediate danger. Thus reassured, I shall forget about the incident. Master Lingsath has done well to train such a capable culinarian. I pray you continue honing your skills under his tutelage. Fabulous. I am amazing. Praise me, Master whatever your name is. Ah, Corey, just the woman I was looking for. Words already reached my ears about what you got up to while I was away. Dear, tell it, you single-handedly restored old Mitamaga's faith in the Bismarck. For that, you have my gratitude, lass, and Ingham's too. I told him to thank you in person, but he's too bloody proud. Don't hold it against him, though, eh? I've already forgiven the daft sod. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I ain't never been one to give none of mine the axe for buggering up a dish or three. There's no denying our patrons are important, but they ain't me main reason for being here. Nay, my first duty is the training of culinarians. And even if the good name of this restaurant suffers for it, you won't see me shedding no tears. You know why, lass? 'Cause it's the people what ultimately make this place. And, more'n anything else, it's their passion for cooking that I wants to bring out. Truth be told, there's only one reason I'd send a man away, if he stopped wanting to be a culinarian. Of course, I doubt that's something as'll ever apply to you. In the short time you've been here, you've already proven yourself more'n capable. And so long as you keep your nose to the stove, you're only gonna get better. You probably shouldn't put your nose on a stove. That sounds like it would hurt. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of, and tasting it for good measure. Fabulous. I am amazing. Praise me, praise me. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I will be back to finish these. Okay, I am back. I had to go grab some pudding. My throat was starting to hurt, so I needed snackage. Alright. Back to the questing. Releasing a burden. Oh, that quest sounds interesting. How do, Corey? Been taking care of yourself last? Remember, if you ain't got your elf, you ain't got nothing. Speaking of elf, one of our lot ain't been her normal self late. Divin' Dove's her name, and she's having a bit of trouble letting go, judging by the grimace she's wearing. I told the poor woman she should take better care of herself, but she'll barely leave the kitchen for anything, which is probably how the problem came about. Now I come to think of it. Any road, if it ain't sorted soon, I'm worried she'll burst. Do you know what a pixie plum is, lass? 'Tis a fruit what's native to Corthus, and just the thing to help solve Diving Dove's problem. Trouble is, they're bitter as sin when fresh. Which is why plenty of chefs don't cook with the things. Of course, what they don't know is you can get rid of the bitterness by drying them. Better still, doing so brings out their natural sweetness without affecting their other properties, giving rise to the noble treat that is the dried plum. Now, I would have made these myself, but we ain't got no plums at the moment, and I can't very well leave me post to go and get 'em, so I need you to do the procuring and the making in me stead. You can pick the plums in the wilds if you're fond for foraging. Failing that, take a gander at the market board in West Auker's Alley. Oh, and once the dried plums are ready, see that Divin' Dove eats 'em, would ya? Aye, and you might want to avoid letting on about the whys and wherefores. Touchy subject and all that. Okay. That's odd. But, whatever. You want me to give you my opinion on your handiwork? Yeah. Well, my dodo won't need turning for a little while, so I suppose I can spare a moment. Let's go to the upper floor. Oh, these are lovely. What kind of fruit did you say they were? Pixie plums? Well, I never. Isn't a hint of bitterness about them. The drying process rids them of that, you say? I had no idea. In truth, the only thing I did know about pixie plums is that they're a traditional remedy for... Now look here. We've barely exchanged 2 words since you joined this guild, and yet here you are being presumptuous. Excuse you? What? It was all the guildmaster's idea? Oh gods, has the man no decency? This is an outrageous invasion of my privacy. Unforgivable and strangely moving. As busy as I am, I'm not as busy as Master Lingsath, yet somehow he finds the time to look after his many charges while I can scarcely spare a moment to look after myself. I've been working so hard, but maybe effort is not the answer. Perhaps I just need to relax a little. Thank you for the gift. I promise to take better care of myself in the future. What's it a cure for? She won't talk. Alright. Winning friends with Goat. Okay. Great timing, Corey. Just so happens I've a task for you what'll test your ingenuity in the kitchen. Divin' Dove's looking a lot less tense thanks to your dried prunes, but she's still a bit on the pale side for my liking. Woman needs some red meat in her, if you ask me, and I want you to cook it. A nice big goat steak should put some color back in her cheeks. Thing is, Divin' Dove don't much care for the meat. Goat's tough as leather, you see, and it's got a pretty pungent flavor to boot. Islanders are just about the only folks as enjoy it. Safe to say, you'll need to do something about the texture and taste if you want Divin' Dove to eat your goat steak. Got all that? Good. Now run along, eh? You'd like my opinion on a dish? Very well. What do you have for me? Oh, is this what I think it is? If so, I must warn you that I'm not particularly fond of Aldgoat. My evaluation may not be the most objective, but if you insist... My word, are you certain this is Aldgoat? It's not chewy in the slightest, and you've done a fine job of tenderizing the meat, I must say. What's more, I can scarce make out the pungent flavor. It remains, to be sure, but it's somehow pleasant, almost delicious when complemented by garlic. Being rich in iron, Aldgoat is supposedly good for you, but its texture and taste leave a lot to be desired. Which is why I've always loathed the stuff. How ironic that you should choose me, of all people, to sample your... Wait a minute. This is another one of the Guildmaster's schemes to nurse me back to health, isn't it? Why, that interfering... I said I would take better care of myself, didn't I? Apparently, he thinks he knows better. At any rate, it does nothing to detract from your achievement. You've made me change my mind about Aldgoat, and that's no small coup. No chef in my native Ul'dah would have gone to such lengths to make the meat appealing. They would have dismissed it as a lowly fare, unworthy of their time. Ul'dah cuisine is a true product of life in the Sultanate, you see, rife with pomp and pretense. I began my career there, but soon grew weary of all the charlatans masquerading as gourmands. To hear them speak, one would assume that gold leaf was an essential part of every meal. That is why I came to Lominsan. And thank the gods that I did. Here the people's love for cuisine is simple and pure, and it shows in the dedication to our guild members. Not a day goes by that I do not count myself fortunate to have been given the opportunity to work alongside fine culinarians like you. Yay! I'm amazing. We be friends now. I fed you, so I love you. There. Okay. The chef's bane cometh. Ooh. Bollocks. Man, how in 7 L's am I meant to cook the one bloody yam? God, of all the goddamn times I could have heard it. Why'd it have to be now? Forgive me, language, lass. Don't worry, it ain't serious. Well, it is a bit serious, to tell the truth. I've gone and knackered me hand trying to catch a falling crate, see? It'll heal and all, but it hurts like a bastard. Can't so much as scratch me arse with it, never mind it old a skillet. Wouldn't be so bad, but we got ourselves a bigwig coming to dine today. One of the most powerful men in Ul'dah. Fuck Ul'dah. Now, I've been in the business for decades, and I ain't no stranger to coddled dignitaries what whine about the color of the bloody crockery, and now there's too much parsley garnish on top of their soup. But this ain't no ordinary cockled dignitary we're dealing with. This one fancies himself as a food critic, and he's always out to find fault, real or not. And that ain't the worst of it. Owing to his influence, he's driven more than a few respectable establishments into the ground. For this, he's earned himself the name of Chef's Bane in culinary circles. Each time the man's dined at the Bismarck, I've personally done the cooking so as to avert disaster. Don't get me wrong, I've got complete trust in all me chefs, but if the Bismarck goes under, the guild goes with it, and that ain't a burden I can put on just anyone's shoulders. But this time, someone else has got to have to fill in for me, and I want that someone to be you, Corey. You've proven yourself more than capable in high-pressure situations besides. I'm confident you won't let us down. You do well to begin by talking with Diving Dove. Being a native of Ul'dah, might be as she knows something of, Lord Lolorito! Oh! Oh, excuse me? Oh, can I poison his food? That would solve so many problems. Diving Dove, I need a suggestion. What sort of poison do you think he wouldn't taste? I am aware of the situation, but don't panic. Though the Guildmaster is indisposed, all is not yet lost. In case you're unfamiliar with our distinguished guest, he is the head of the East Aldernard Trading Company. Though you may not have heard that name before, you will almost certainly have heard of the many famous brands it owns. I'm okay. Such as Istamanes, Lapidaries, and Sunsilk Tapestries. I was working at some Sunsilk Tapestries yesterday. Actually, I think I worked at the lapidaries, too. Lord Lolorito's countless successes have made him the wealthiest man in Ul'dah, a place where wealth and influence are synonymous. It goes without saying that he has a seat on the Syndicate, the cabal that rules the Sultanate. And, lest you wonder, Ul'dah is only notionally a sultanate these days. Anyway, as is often the way with men of means, Lord Lolorito is a lover of fine cuisine, and as the guildmaster doubtless mentioned, he's made a name for himself as a ruthless food critic. The man has a penchant for making life miserable for our chefs. Indeed, he never places an order, but demands instead that you impress him, and therein lies our first dilemma. What to serve? Lest you think the fates unduly mischievous, I'm happy to report that the odds are not wholly stacked against us. It just so happens that Lolorito's butler, a fellow by the name of Nono Pesa, is dining at the Bismarck at this very moment. This is a golden chance to learn what manner of dish Lolorito craves. Go to Nono Pesa on the terrace and try to coax the information out of him. Good luck! Oh, I'm gonna coax with my sword. Can I beat him with my frying pan? Hey. Oh, he's smoking a pipe. What a distinguished gentleman. He's a servant. I'm sorry. I think I may have misheard. Did you say that you would be preparing Lord Lolorito's meals? Well, this is rather unexpected. But if Master Lingsouth saw fit to entrust the task to you, then you must not be without skill. You wish to know what my master desires to eat? Ha ha ha! Finally it occurs to someone to ask me that question. It is my duty to see that my lord never wants for comfort, and naught pleases me more than to see Lord Lolorito in high spirits. As such, I should be glad to share with you what I know. Shortly prior to arriving in Lominsan, my master spoke of being seized by a craving for a hearty meal of meat. Though he did not mention a specific dish, I happen to know that smoked raptor is a particular favorite of his. Needless to say, a man of such refined taste as he would expect no less than the finest sample of the dish. I hope this information serves you well. Lord Lolorito is due to conclude his business negotiations presently, and will desire to take his meal thereafter. Once the smoked raptor is ready, pray bring it to me. I shall see it delivered to my master. Oh, I got your meal. Remember, yes, take this meat. Ah, the smoked raptor is ready. Good. Now, I trust you won't object to an inspection, lest you worry about your handiwork being defaced. My years of serving Lord Lolorito have taught me how to taste with sight and smell alone. By the gods, this raptor is sublime! The marriage of cracked pepper and sun lemons begets an irresistible fragrance that perfectly complements the aroma of the meat. The flavor is rounded out with the mellow fruitiness of olive oil, which also lends the shank a lustrous sheen that tantalizes the eyes. I have presided over Lord Lolorito's dining table for many years, and I can say without reservation that this is the most delectable smoked raptor I have ever had the pleasure of not eating. It is of little wonder that Master Lingsouth deemed you fit to cook in his stead. I doubt that even he could have delivered a better rendition of my master's favorite dish. You, madam, are quite a culinarian. Ah, but I sense you are more relieved than flattered. Hardly surprising, I suppose. Much and more he has said of my lord's uncompromising approach to cuisine. While I will not refute the rumors, you may rest assured that the Bismarck has no cause to worry. Now then, if you will excuse me, I must see my lord's meal delivered to him. You may look forward to hearing his judgment anon, and entirely without trepidation, if my senses do not fail me. Pray send Master Lingsouth my compliments. Master Lingsouth, I bring compliments. You did it, Corey. You impressed the pants off of Lolorito's butler. Nonos Pesa knows his master's test better than his own, and his approval's all the assurance I need. The guild's safe, and it's all thanks to you. You never cease to amaze me, Corey. You came to us with nary any knowledge of cooking, and now you're like a second left hand. Well, that doesn't come out right. What I meant to say was, you're as useful to me as the and I hold my skillet with. Something no culinarian can do without. You've got it in you to be one of the finest chefs in the realm, and I would see you fulfill your potential. Promise me you'll keep up your cooking. Yeah. Alright. Of cooks and books. Right good of you to drop in again, Corey. You'd be surprised at how many of your guildmates stop coming all together thinking they know all what needs knowing. But as any scholarly would tell you, the learning never stops, and I speak from experience. There's some as say I'm the best in the realm, but there ain't a day what passes that I don't discover something new. Now, you and me, we're chefs first and foremost, but there's more to the restaurant business than just cooking. That's why I want you to speak with Letitia, our bookkeeper. Before coming to us, she herself was a scholarly doing customs work at Melvin's Gate. You stand to learn much and more by seeing things from her perspective. Hey, so I've also worked for Melvin's Gate. Oh, Corey, the chef who prepared Lord Lolorito's meal in the Guildmaster's stead. Thanks to your heroics, the Bismarck's reputation came through unscathed. We all owe you for that, so what brings you to my counter? Master Linksas would have you learn about the restaurant business at large, you say? Why, of course, it would be my pleasure to share with you such knowledge as I possess. But before we begin, I could do with a bite to eat. It has been a long and busy shift, and I haven't had the chance to sit down to a proper meal. Be happy to cook for you. By way of board, might I trouble you to prepare some ratatouille for me? And call me spoiled, but please make it the most exquisite serving you can manage. My thanks in advance. Yep, I got your food. I don't mean to rush you, but if the ratatouille takes much longer, I fear I'm like to pass out from exhaustion. I got it. I got you, girl. Ah, such an enticing aroma. I will enjoy this right away. I can't remember the last time I had such tasty ratatouille. That was truly wonderful. With my hunger sated, we can now delve into the kind of work I do here. In fact, you have just witnessed one of my more important duties, keeping track of our members' progress. I've found that sampling each person's rendition of ratatouille gives a marvelous insight into their growth. Owing to its simplicity, the vegetable sauté lends itself well to variation, allowing the chef to pour himself into his creation. Indeed, your own bespeaks your ability to create a quality dish under strict time constraints. Do not underestimate that skill. You'll find a great deal of restaurant success lies in performing tasks expeditiously. As an example, some other services I provide are procuring ingredients, ensuring our equipment functions, and perhaps more importantly, listening to our customers. If any of these tasks were ignored for an extended period, it is fair to say the Bismarck would fall into chaos and our name would lose its considerable luster. Well, I trust you now have something of an insight into my responsibilities. I only wish that all our members shared your curiosity about what goes into running this place. Sounds good. Happy I could feed you. I love feeding people. Okay. Alright, next quest. Diplomacy of the Skillet. Is that just beating people over the head? That might just be beating people over the head. Oh, Corey, you were just the last I was looking for. Which is to say, you're the last what Letitia was looking for. She's in need of some practice hands, and you've got the only one she'll trust. Well, besides mine, of course, but I've got me own matters to attend to. Take fair warning, though, Corey. The better you get, the more others will turn to you. 'Tis a fine feelin' being relied upon, but it can be a right pain in the arse, too. And you wrote enough of me prattle. Run along and find out what Letitia wants. Letitia! My thanks for agreeing to help, Corey. Now I will tell you the details of your task, but I must ask that you keep it in the utmost confidence. The Admiral is scheduled to host an afternoon tea for visiting dignitaries, and the Bismarck has been called upon to provide the repast and refreshments. I have been charged with conceiving the menu, and require help making a few sample dishes. I would be grateful if you could prepare a blood currant tart, a serving of pastry fish, and a cup of chamomile tea, all of the finest quality. As a woman of the sea, the Admiral drinks liquor like most folk drink water, but the same cannot be said of her guest. Hence the afternoon tea is supposed to, say, a dinner banquet. Alas, we know little and less of their taste besides that, so I am forced to consider a wide variety of options. It has proven to be quite a task, but with your help, I am confident that we can serve up a menu to please. How are the items I requested coming along? Lest you forget. Yeah. Here you go. Here you go. Ah, such a tantalizing medley of aromas. I cannot wait to sample each one. I think she just wants to eat my food. You have outdone yourself yet again, Corey. As soon as our guests seat themselves at a table, their noses will be enticed by the rich, relaxing fragrance of chamomile. Having taken a warming sip of the tea, their attention will turn next to the tart and pastry. For an instant, they are at a loss, as both dishes are prepared with such loving detail. Is this merely food to consume, or art to admire? Though they feel a twinge of sadness that they must deface such beauty. But that sensation is short-lived, for no sooner do their teeth break the flaky crust than they experience a veritable symphony of tastes and textures. The making of pastries and sweets demands not only a delicate hand, but artistic sense besides, and you, Corey, are possessed of both. I can recommend you to the Admiral without reserve. I owe you an apology and an explanation. I wasn't being wholly forthright with you. While I am indeed While I am indeed tasked with conceiving the menu for the Admiral's function, it was also my job to select the guild member who will serve as her chef. And I am thrilled to inform you that that honor shall fall to you, the woman who passed my test with flying colors. There is no doubt in my mind that you will represent the Bismarck admirably. Keep up the fine work and be close at hand for when the Admiral has need of you. So I'm the Admiral's official cook now? I'm good with this. Level up. I'm 69, baby. A taste of home. I'm told you passed Letitia's test with flying colors, and now you cook for the Admiral's official functions. Well, the time's come for you to be flexing them culinary muscles for the good of Lominsan diplomacy. Aye, word arrived from the brig just now. A foreign dignitary come to Limsa, and the Admiral wants us, by which I mean you, to fashion the meal together. Letitia's got all the details, so you'll want to speak with her. Go and do us proud, Corey. Yeah, Letitia! I have been waiting for you, Corey. As I'm sure Lynx hath informed you, we are playing host to a man of some importance, an emissary from the holy see of Ishgard. Your task is to prepare a dish that will satisfy him. When the Admiral receives foreign visitors, she ordinarily requests that we serve them the best of Lominsan cuisine. This time, however, she wishes to treat her guests to a taste of home away from home, a gesture of goodwill. To this end, you are to prepare a serving of the male gratin. 'Tis a baked dish of F-tail and popotos, creamy and warming. That is a mainstay in the cold climes of Ishgard. Suffice it to say that only the finest sample of the dish, made with only the finest ingredients, will do on this occasion. Yep, I got your food. Is the male gratin ready? Remember, only the... Yeah, I got your finest food. Ah, yes, it certainly looks and smells the part. Let's see if the same can be said of the taste. Oh my, simply exquisite! The crust is baked to a golden perfection, and breaking it yields the creamy goodness underneath. Elftel tends to be lean and sinewy, but grinding it solves the problem. The Ishgardians have prepared the meat in this fashion since eras past, and I am pleased to see that you have done likewise. As for the potato slices, they are boiled enough to be cooked through, yet not so much as to render them bereft of texture. In summary, your Zamail gratin leaves naught to be desired. Lest you wonder, the dish takes its name from one of Ishgard's oldest and proudest families. House Zamail has long stood at the forefront of castle building. Legend has it the family created this dish in order to fill the bellies and warm the hearts of their workers, and I'm confident that your rendition will do the same for our esteemed guests. Today, your culinary creation shall serve not only to sate hunger, but also to close the distance between nations. You can hold your head high, Corey. Keep up your effort, and soon you will become the equal of Master Lingsath himself. Yeah! Alright, one more quest. Alrighty then. Revenge of the Chef's Bane. Oh, not Lolorito again. Thanks to God you're here, Corey. The Admiral's due to receive the Sultana of Ul'dah, and Bismarck's been called on to handle the welcoming feast. But that ain't the half of it. The Sultana specifically requested that your cooking be served. Seems word of your talents reached her Grace's ears, and not would do, but she must sample your culinary creations. You know, me and the Sultana are kind of tight. I've met her before in person. Like, I mean, she was disguised and praying under a tree, but, yeah. Now, that's all well and good, but there's a bleeding lot at stake here. Pleasing the Sultana would win ye more acclaim than aught else ye could do, but if you was to bugger it up, well, I'd rather not dwell on it. Right now, all we know is she's keen to die on something tasty, but if you want to guarantee your royal client's satisfaction, you'll need to learn what she's hankering for. As always, you can count on the help of your guildmates. For starters, you'd do well to consult Dibendov. Woman's from Ul'dah, as you know, and might be as she can offer some insight into the Sultana's preference. Off you go now, and good luck. You know, I could just go and ask her. Me and the Sultana are kind of, I mean, not friends, but not yet, at least. But, you know, in Ul'dah, commoners like myself seldom get the chance to see the Sultana in the flesh. 'Tis a great honor, being called upon to prepare her Grace's meal, but I warn you to proceed with caution. I'm sure you will recall Lord Lolorito, your erstwhile patron. Well, a troubling rumor is circulating to the effect that he arranged this royal visit. As a member of the Syndicate, it's entirely within his powers to do so. And if the whispers can be believed, Lolorito's sole purpose for bringing the Sultana to Lominsa is to humiliate you. Why? I cooked him food! And by extension, the Bismarck. Whatever his reasons, 'twould seem he is still intent on proving your creations wanting. So as to preserve our good name, it would be to your benefit to do as the Guildmaster suggested and learn all you can of the Sultana's taste. For this, I recommend you consult Letitia. Knowing her, she has already begun looking into the matter. Probably. She's very smart. She does things like that. I've been expecting you, Corey. I may be more bookkeeper than chef, but I am no less a member of the Bismarck as such. I mean to do all in my power to see that you succeed in pleasing the Sultana. Lord Lolorito has gone to great lengths to prevent us from discovering the Sultana's preferences, but discover them we shall. At any given time, there are a great many Uldans visiting Lominsa, be it for business or leisure. I suggest you begin by learning all you can from them. You might also wish to speak with Rub Ipokan, a former colleague of mine at Melvin's Gate. As a custom officer, she has an overview of exports to Ul'dah. I realize that this may be a stretch, but we cannot have too many hints. Okay. Alright. Got this. Coco Rama. Lol. You would know about the Sultana. Her Grace is possessed of a good heart. That much is plain, but if you ask my honest opinion, she is rather young to be ruling. Oh, her preference at table. In that case, I know for a fact that she is partial to crowned pie. I once went to a patisserie to buy one, only to be informed that her Grace had bought out the entire shop. I mean, isn't that all the information I need? Do I really need to go and hunt down more information? Guess so. Gigi Wazoo. Why, yes, I do happen to come from Ul'dah. Is there something you require? You wish to know what the Sultana likes to eat? I scarce qualified to judge such things. But I do recall this one time I went to the markets. There was a vendor crying his stocks of meat. And, if the fellow was to be believed, his beef was bound for the royal kitchens, to be used to make beef stew for her grace. I hope that helps. Not really. But whatever. Okay. And I'm tired. Okay. Oh, Arctic Skill. Let's go there. Are we gonna be in... Okay, whatever. Whatever. Oh, this is Melvin's Gate, right. Sorry to cut in line, but, this is important. You must be from the Bismarck. Letitia sent word that you might be along to learn what manner of cuisine the Sultana enjoys. While I do not have a plain answer for you, I can tell you that F-tails suddenly vanished from the Lominsan market right before her grace arrived. Some investigative work revealed that the tails were snapped up by the East Aldernard Trading Company, which is chaired by none other than Lord Lolorito. Somehow I doubt that this is a simple coincidence. After all, when one thinks of elf-tails, one can't help but think of the eponymous dish, elf steak. I would wager that Lord Lolorito seeks to prevent you from making it. All the more reason to prepare a plate, no? Okay. Another thing. Can I just make it all? Hold on. Yes, apparently that is the answer. What about you? What the Sultana likes to eat, you ask? I cannot claim first-hand knowledge, but some moons ago there was an article in the Mithril Eye. Her Grace was on a royal visit to Gridania, where she reportedly fell in love with a local dish. Something called Trapper's Quiche? I don't know how to say that word. I'm just gonna skip it. If memory serves... Yep. Quiche, quiche, quiche. Words are hard, okay? Oops, that's the wrong button. And also, I'm very tired. It's good to see you return, Corey. Judging by your elated expression, I take it your investigation has borne fruit? 4 potential fruits, you say? An F-cell steak, a bowl of beef stew, a serving of trapper's quiche, and crowned pie? Picking which one the Sultana has the greatest tendre for is a quandary. So why not prepare all of them? This is to be a grand banquet, is it not? It would certainly not be taken amiss were you to present several dishes. With that settled, best you get to work. Needless to say, all the dishes must be prepared to the highest standard. Once they are ready, please deliver them to the banquet venue. Speak with Xanthiel at Bulwark Hall, and he will grant you admittance. Oh, this is the moment of truth, Corey. Go and do us proud. I will indeed. Hi. That's over here. I still have one more set of quests, though, because I gotta do Fisher before I can go to sleep. And the worst part is, I should have done Fisher first, because it's got la alliteration. And fish puns. You are the Culinarian, Cory Foxy. I am informed that you will be serving an elf steak, a bowl of beef stew, a serving of trapper... Yeah. My lords and ladies are besides themselves with anticipation. Pray do not keep them waiting over long. Got all your fucking food. Ah, the dishes. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You may enter. Holy shit! Eat it! Enjoy it, you little shit! Lucky I didn't put poison in it. Can I stick my tongue out at him? I do declare, that is the most magnificent meal. My sole lament is that I cannot eat another bite. Would that I had the girth of a gobu. It gladdens me to see your grace so well satisfied. Forsooth, never have I known such satisfaction at table. You did not exaggerate when you told me that a culinarian of surpassing skill was to be found in Lominsan. Never did I imagine that it would be you, dear Corey. Thanks to you, I have tasted heaven. My gratitude is yours.
See, we're buddies.
Grr, how could she possibly have known every one of the Sultana's favorite dishes? Instead of being humiliated, she ends up winning her grace's adulation. Bah! Did you say something, Lord Lalorito?
I'm amazing.
Nay, your grace. I was merely admiring the cuisine. As you say. But truly, your presence here is a surprise of the highest order. You must allow me to send you a gift befitting your service this day.
Huh?
You were given to understand that I requested you by name? Forgive me, but there appears to be a misunderstanding. I'd entrusted the arrangements wholly to Lord Lolorito.
Okay, that was a cute little cutscene. Also, I like shoving it in Lolorito's face, that little popoto turd. Alright. Master Lingstaff, we are amazing!
I heard all about it, Corey. You did it again. God's bless you. To have the Sultana herself praise your cooking as a taste of heaven, else even I can't boast of such a feat. The Admiral commends me for training such a fine culinarian, but I did no more and teach you what it means to be one. Make no mistake, 'twas you what did all the hard work. You've surpassed even myself for fame, Corey. There ain't nothing left I can tell you what you don't already ken. I'm prouder than I've got any right to be. Nay, nay, 'tain't no modest accomplishment, lass. Ain't from here you'll go on to reach even greater heights in our craft. But wherever you end up, always remember my words. It's passion what makes a culinarian. With that passion close to your heart, go and put smiles on the faces of folk with your cooking. You can be sure I'll keep striving to do the same. Woo, we are amazing! Yeah! I am the best cook in the world. Praise me, praise me! I'm also eating my pudding. It is good. But I am not done yet, for I must now master the fish. This is actually the only outfit that I have that isn't the ironwork set, due to the fact that this is the level 100 set for Fisher. So, yeah. Because I am level 100. And I am amazing. No napping time. I mean, you can take a nap if you want to. If you need to take a nap, take a nap. It is late. I mean, for me it's late at least. But first, see if I can beat some Lalafell with my rod. Okay. Ready for the puns? Bigger fish to fry. Oh yeah, we already did the first one quest when I needed to unlock ocean fishing, so. I smell that you haven't been neglecting your duties. I commend a commendable attitude. No one's ever gotten worse at anything by practicing. No one I know, at least. Then again, you can't expect the same old tricks to work with new fish. Big ones won't grow to be that way, chasing everything that wiggles on a hook. To catch the fish you want, you must first know what the fish want. Only once their prize is at stake can you tantalize and tempt your prey to taste the forbidden tackle. Anchovies may be willing to settle for lugworms, but harbor herrings have a discerning palate that prefers pillbugs. But don't take my word for it. Go and see for yourself. Pick up some pillbugs from Cinny Hill, over at West Helker's Alley. Then use them to catch 3 local harbor herrings. Like anchovies, they can be caught right outside. In case you've a mind to return to your precious spot, you should know that fish aren't as foolish as most might think. Keep casting your line in the same waters, and you'll find that fewer folk will take the bait. Yeah, that's actually really annoying when you're trying to fish in one spot, and all of a sudden you can't fish there anymore. It's rude, that's what it is. Yep, I got your 3 harbor herring. There's nothing better than salted harbor herring, save for perhaps fried harbor herring or grilled. No, definitely salted. Want me to cook those for you? I can do that. You know, in the yesteryear of my youth, I used to use every fish I yanked out to yield a bigger one. They could gamble until the game got gargantuan. I guess I got greedy. Where did you... Well, sometimes it's best to throw back the big ones. Good gods, what's a guildmaster got to do with a garner or a grain of gratitude? God, the law alliteration is... Acting respectable would be a start. Respectable? I sailed the seas and snared everything that swam in them. And that would be an accomplishment, if by everything that swam in them you meant fish and not lady divers. All you ever brought back were stories about carousing with trollops. And he does a little dance. But chauvinism is just a red herring. The harbor herring are what's important, namely the lesson of thinking from the perspective of the fish when selecting bait. In that regard, I can say you truly have the mind of a fish. So here's a treat. Some of it might seem like gibberish at first, but as you make observations and jot down notes, eventually all of it will be gibberish. Wait, what? Well, take some time to study up, but be careful not to fry your fish brain. You'll need it for your next lesson. Fishing log. I already had that. They give that to you immediately now. I guess they didn't used to. Alright. Next quest. The Princess and the Fish. What is that in your eye, Corey? I know that glimmer. It's the eye of the fisher. It's the thrill of the bite, rising up to the challenge of our rival. Keep that spark alive, friend. You don't want to end up like Wabalago. Not that I'm worried about you. Oh yes, I can see it. There's a fire inside you, burning for fish. More fish, bigger fish. It is time to feed that fire. Today is the day you catch your first big one. No one forgets their first. Journey forth to the banks of the Nim in Middle Lanosia. There you'll find her, the Princess Trout. Take the princess and return here triumphant. Her Royal Highness is drawn to crayfish balls. Yep. By the way, just to note, these are most of the baits in ARR. I think I'm missing 1 or 2, but yeah. And I'm only missing 1 or 2 because I ran out. I used them all. Because I bought a stack of 99 of almost every bait, except for the ones I needed to craft, and then I just did a couple of them. But those were mostly lures, so they're reusable. But yeah, I went through quite a few baits. Yeah. Yep, I got your Princess Trout. Not just with this quest, I've been doing other things too. I've been trying to catch all the fish in the fishing log, but depending on your perspective, you either rescued or abducted the princess. A prim and proper princess she is. We'll ready her as a royal roast, a feast fit for a king.
The king can keep his fancy feast. Any fisherman worth her salt prefers her trout prepared simply. Sounds like a surly, salty-mouthed sea hag. Hand her over here, and heed how the cultured classes cook. A fine day it will be when I take culture lessons from you. Besides, I didn't send Cory out to that river to fetch a fish for you. I sent her out to fetch a fish for me. Want me to cook it for you? I'll cook it for you. Ahem. For my lesson, that is. Yes, of course, that was the purpose of the expedition. I'll just cook it up for you, okay? Anyway, as you should have learned, catching a proper fish requires perseverance, plain and simple. And this plump princess trout can testify to that. Continue to apply the lessons I've taught you, and before you know it, you'll be swimming in fish. Doesn't that sound appetizing? It sounds stinky, actually, but okay. Oof. Okay. Next quest. Every fish has a silver lining. Really? I've been thinking, Cory. Now that you can catch more fish than you can eat, it's time you learned a little about the art of fishmongering. Normally, customers purchase fish that have already been caught, but a certain quick-burn sailor has a penchant for freshness. Unfortunately, the fishermen who usually fill his orders have all, somewhat ironically, gone fishing, and so I turn to you, Cory. I'm hoping you can talk to Chucharoon over there, or at least listen to him. Oh god. Okay, let's talk to this fucking quickburn. It's gonna be annoying as fuck! Chucharoon the sailor sails the seas. You, the fisherwoman, fish the fish? Lookout as lookout. Chucharoon spots spots in water. Jumping silverfish jump. Flashing silver flashes. Chucharoon wish to taste. Silverfish taste. Chucharoon pay good silver if you fish 5 good silver fish. Okay. Sissy Poo, what did he just say? Well, Chucharoon has a way with words, doesn't he? Unfortunately, his way appears to be repeating the word silverfish. Only the most experienced fisherman would be able to decipher that nonsense. This sounds like a job for Wawalago. Since I'm busy doing his job, rest assured that what he may lack in sense, he more than makes up for in nonsense. Okay. Wawalago, I have a question. Since when is it civil to sneak up and scare your seniors? I suddenly suspect Sisipu sent you to slit my stomach. No. That woman is well aware of my weakness. If she's going to shout about the way I shoved down shrimp, she should know better than to leave them showing on the shelf. Is that not why you're here? Setting table setting aside, I'll bet your shells the shellfish I know what the quickbird spied. If it was silver and sauntered like swimming the sea, I am somewhat certain he saw a navigator's dagger. Daggers don't lend themselves to Lominsan's liking, but the settlers of the southerly isles stir them up into soup stock. You can find them by the brewer's beacon. Snaring one is a slippery sleight for a starter, but a flitting flick for the fist of a fisherman with a gull's eye like you have. Oh god. Oh! Now, daggers are drawn to decoys that dangle, so do yourself a favor and fetch some rat tails for them to flash their fins at. Yeah. You fish and catch 5 fish catch for Chucharoon? Got your fucking fish. The shiny shine, the smelly smell, cannot wait to tasty taste. Well, it looks like we found the fish you were after. You find. Maybe Chucharoon season with season, or smoke with smoke. Maybe grill on grill. Many cooking options for cook. My, you certainly putting a great deal of thought into this. Ha ha ha! Chucharoon gifted to feast of feast gift. Best Chucharoon regard you with Chucharoon's best regards. We're always grateful for your patronage, Chucharoon. Please send them out and return here afterwards, Corey. We've more to discuss. Okay. Look, I'm glad you were able to handle that sudden request. So many of these freeloading fishermen can't be bothered to stay ashore for more than a day at a time. You, on the other hand, have proven far more reliable. I can think of at least one Quickhorn who'd agree. And now that you've seen how rewarding fishmongering can be, I hope you'll take the initiative to try it yourself. Okay. So many quests. A fish in hot water. You might recall Chicharun, the babble-spewing fish connoisseur? Perhaps not, but he certainly recalls you. Apparently, there aren't enough fish in the sea, so he set aside some freshwater fish. He's even tried catching them himself, though that's proved problematic so far. While Quickhorn possess a healthy appetite for fish, they lack the necessary patience, and often end up eating their own bait. The problem has a relatively straightforward solution, employing a lure in place of live bait. Unfortunately, this straightforward solution requires a roundabout demonstration, as Chicharun does not readily accept the concept of inedible bait. If only you might snag 5 warm-water trout with crowflies, he might come to see the light. The fish are said to populate the shores of Oakwood and Upper Lenosia, though I can't say I've been recently. I consider it inauspicious to cast one's line under the watchful gaze of a giant sea serpent. Hey, Chicharun, check this out. How can Corey bait fish without bait? Very well. You truly fish trout using fake food? Indeed. For all the fish know, the lures may well be live. Corey skillfully used them to catch these tasty tasties. You see, Chicharun, deception lies in the heart of fishing. Yes, lies lie at heart of fishing. Chicharun no food. Chicharun full fish. Precisely. Well, I trust that we've managed to guide you to the path of self-sufficient fishing. Don't eat your bait. Okay. A game of cat and fish. You're familiar with the Culinarian Guild, aren't you, Corey? Oh, yeah, very familiar. Oh, boy. If you couldn't tell by its supercilious name, their members are a finicky bunch, particularly the fussy Master Lingsas. Don't call Lingsas fussy, he's a good guy. So when he comes asking for shadow catfish, no other fish will do, even if I kindly explain that fishing one out involves an arduous journey to Fallgourd Float, followed by grueling labor. Naturally, I thought of you for the task. This will likely require a bit of fish-billing, if you know what I mean. Though I imagine you do not, as I just invented that word. It means recasting a fish you've just caught as bait for a yet larger fish. Mooching, you mean? It's called mooching. Mooching! In my wisdom, I have deemed that your fishing prowess, land-faring acumen, and physical presence directly in front of me qualifies you as the ideal candidate for the job. I've no doubts you'll be more than amply capable of fish-wheeling, or any other new terms I see fit to conjure up, for that matter. Simply use crayfish balls to catch a striped goby, then recast that to catch the shadow catfish. Take it from the inventor of fish-wheeling, since the striped goby will become your lure, you'll want to catch the biggest, shiniest one you can find. Yeah, I am very gullible. A long journey lies ahead of you, and I fear the guild will not be the same in your absence. However, I choose to think of it not as losing a friend, but gaining a shadow catfish. Good luck. Yep, mooching. I already mooched. You'll find the cat. Yeah. Here's your shadow catfish. Lingsas ought to crack a smile when he glimpses this beauty. They say never to look a gift fish in the mouth, but one can't help but stare at the gaping grimace. It looks like it could swallow a person whole, only if they're your size. I'm sure the fish of Gridania are none too displeased to see this one leave the water. I heard that Yarzon covet the fish too, sometimes migrating north and attacking fishermen in hopes of stealing the catch. Suppose I should have warned you about that ahead of time. Still, I don't see what all the fuss was about. For all the lengths one needs travel and danger one needs brave, the fish taste little better than mud. Pardon me, but perhaps I might persuade you to prepare them in a proper bath? Water washes off the taste you can wipe away, but the invisible vapors only vanquish with vinegar. You must mind the muds you can't see. Speaking of muds you can't see, where did you come out of all of a sudden? A good guild, mister. Gustin and goes out a gale. Now you see me, now you don't. I still see him. Actually, I think we both still see you standing right there. But that is neither here nor there. Corey, there's few fishermen who could haul in the catch you did today. Frankly, I've started to wonder how we've ever got along without you. Fabulous. Man, I need a nap. Just a little bit longer. Ugh. Like fish passing in the night. The catfish you fetched for Lingzeth has raised quite a stir. He was so pleased with the quality and quickness of the delivery that he's been raving about you to anyone in earshot. He was doing that before, too. And now the word swirling around Limsa of a fabled fisherwoman has reached the ears of your fellow guildmates. Though most of them have no idea who you are, it doesn't stop the lazy sunbathers from fabricating folk stories about you. Meanwhile, Chucharoon's done his part to add to your fame, singing your praises well beyond the walls of the guild. So well beyond the walls, in fact, that goblins have come to enlist your help. Oh, not the goblins! Toptik is a friend of Chucharoon's, so we're somewhat obligated to hear him out, though I don't expect him to be much more intelligible. Loath though I am to admit it, we'll most likely need Wawalago again. Okay. Toptik, what do you want? For shock. Chucharoon told many glory tales of mighty Fishbringer to Toktik. Toktik is friend, Chucharoon is friend, Fishbringer is friendly friend, yes? Moon was shining on easter seas of Lanothia when most lovely fish appeared. Toktik wondered if friendly friend Fishbringer can bring back lovely fish from Moonsea. Wawalago, I need a translator. So a goblin gets a glimpse of some guilds, and I'm to guess the game? Haha, naturally I know what you need to net. I'm only surprised you saw fit to solicit my support. The moment you mentioned the moon on the eastern seas of Lanosia, I figured out the frisky fish you're fixing to fetch. Full moon sardines. Schools of striplings migrate under moonlight through the Strait of Murthor to return to their mothers or meet their makers. Okay, you get some rest, Darkstar. Thank you for joining me. Enjoy your nappity nap. Tastiest time to take them too, pluck them plump in their prime. From dusk to dawn, droves dip and dive down Bloodshore. Spinning spoonworms in the water will snag you some sardines and sate your sponsors. I mean, it's just Fisher Quest. I don't think this one has plot at all. So, you're not missing anything. I have done Fisher's Quest before. I didn't pay much attention to them, but I did them. For shock. A tinful of moonful is for Toktik? Yep, I got your tinful moons. Fish go! Yes, Fishbringer has brought lovely fish from Moonsea. First eye catch of lovely fish is still fresh in brain case of Toktik. Toktik has dreamed of taste lovely fish. Friendly friend Fishbringer has made true Toktik's big dreams. Glory tales of Chucharoon are no silly babble. Fishbringer is Fishbringer of fairy legends. Toktik makes sure every gobby knows Fishbringer fairy legend. Okay. I think that's a good thing. Congratulations, Fishbringer. Fame with fast-trading goblins is liable to bring you fortune. Although you might want to find a less pungent title so as not to drive away other prospective patrons. But what's in a title? That which we all call a fish bringer by any other name would smell as sweet? Maybe not. A fish out of water. Your goblin friendly friend was looking for you earlier. He was hoping you'd make his fishiest fantasies come true. Yeah. He recalled a dish that tickled his fancy some years ago and now needs you to procure the necessary fish for him. This desert catfish, as it's apparently called, is indigenous to, and this is the truly mind-boggling part, the desert of all places. Tok'tik spoke of a trapper named Ogoromuli, who fished one out of Forgotten Springs in the southern reaches of Thanalan. If you want that catfish, you'd best go and speak with her. Oh, I have to go all the way to Forgotten Springs? Ugh. Do I have to? Okay. Friend of TikTok, you say? Sure, Dune fished my fair share of desert catfish. Never eat them, though. Not know that much. Only ever use them as sandworm bait. Thought of eating desert catfish hadn't occurred to me until the goblin devoured it before my eyes. Still wouldn't touch them myself. Different fish for different folk, as they say. No problem fishing them out, though. Can't even tell you how it's done. Just come down to the right bait in the right place. Nothing to it, really. Easy as dropping a line with some sand leeches at the fishing hole east of Burgart's Strike, near the Molja encampment. Not the same as sea fishing here in the dunes, mind you. Real test of your reel out here. Trick is to hold on when it flails. Only takes one to make a day's haul. Good hunting. Okay, back to some Lominsan. I collected the fish beforehand, so I wouldn't have to come all the way out here. Okay. To the Fisherman Guild. For shock. Fishbringer, find tasty fresh fish cat in Sandylands for friendly friend Tok'tik? Oh god. Tok'tik is Thanksgiving to Fishbringer for lip-smacking Fishcat. Fishcat nose ring makes for strengthful satchel strands. Tok'tik trades tongue flaps with Lingsaf for fancy cooking of Fishcat in Bismarck. Lingsaf only fancy cook after shop lock because of strengthful Fishcat odor. Fishbringer makes Tok'tik one happy gobby. Fabulous. Oh, level 40. Just a few more quests. Fishing in the rain. Just the fisher I was hoping to see. Uncanny timing, as always. The celebrity you've achieved has resulted in more obscure requests than I know what to do with. Your dune fishing escapades in particular have raised eyebrows. The truly eccentric requests I have seen fit to turn away, but who can say no to the Brugier Consortium? I, for one, cannot, but perhaps you'll have something else to say when you speak with Sybil. She's waiting for you outside the guild. Hey, sup? Ah, Corey, I take it. The legend said you were svelte, but failed to mention how voluptuous you are as well. I'm okay. I have no doubt that our time together will be advantageous to us both. To business, then. I want you to bring me rain colors from Gridania's Jadet flood. However, there's a catch to this catch. The rain colors spend most of their time lying dormant on the bed of the water, active only when the rain comes. Keep an eye to the skies. You'll need the fish to be aroused, so that they'll bite at the bait.
stem borers are most effective, or so I'm told. As to why we want them, well, the fish are prized by wealthy Uldans for possessing certain properties. And it is the custom of the Bruguiere Consortium to fulfill unconventional needs and desires. 5 rain colors are all we require to satisfy these aristocrats' needs. Yep, I got your 5 rain colors. I knew you were the right lass for the job. Who else could deliver such a virile specimen? These will suit the Uldan's purpose quite well. The elder males have been led to believe that ingesting the rain colors will endow them with, let us say, vigor. No one knows whether it is true, and I don't personally care to find out. I only know that rich men will stop at nothing to recapture their former glory, and so these fish should fetch a fair price at the market. Fabulous! Speaking of fetching, I'm quite impressed with your handiwork, Corey. The Consortium will be pleased. Of course, you've pleased more than just the Consortium. I look forward to seeing more of you. Was she flirting with me? What is with everybody flirting with me? Okay. Lacey Boo! Next quest. I believe fish can fly. Can they, though? Oh, so you haven't forgotten the old Fishermen's Guild. Good to see that all the prestige and glamour that accompanies fishing stardom hasn't gone to your head. It's a wonder your head hasn't popped, what with all the sardines and catfish fables inflating your legend to prodigious proportions. And to think I knew you when you were still dredging anchovies out of the muck. Rest assured that whatever greatness you go on to achieve, you'll always be the sorry scrap of kelp that floated into the guild one fateful day, as far as I'm concerned. Now, go speak with Cybele and see to her request. Didn't you notice her waiting for you outside? I just came from her. Ah, Corey. The yeah. Lords of Ul'dah were terribly excited by the rain colors you reeled in, sending our profits soaring accordingly. And so I've come to lay yet another challenge before you. You have conquered the waves and dunes, but what of the clouds? Only you are heavenly enough to fish the cloud cutters that swim the low skies of Ishgard, within the sea of clouds. By the way, this fucking fish is over at the, Ixal place in the Sea of Clouds. It's a pretty high level area. I wasn't a fisher when I headed there. Yeah. I didn't die because I happened to be a ninja, and I could defend myself just fine, but I didn't even realize that I wasn't in the right class. So when I went over there to catch these fish, yeah, it was kind of a pain in the ass. I too doubted my ears upon hearing of such a fish, but Carvelane's resolve was adamant, and he will hear no protests. Besides, I've never been one to say no. Lucky for us, the Bruguiere Consortium has friends in high places, namely the highlands of Corthus. You'll want to seek out Firmament at Whitebrim Front. He will tell you all you need to know. Confident you will prepare in your request, I have rendered full payment to Sisyphu in advance. You need only bring her 5 cloud cutters to satisfy me. I have to go all the way to Whitebrim Front? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, why? Also, might I add that Whitebrim Front is in the opposite direction of where I found these cloud cutters. I don't know if there's another fishing spot at Whitebrim Front that you can catch them at, but that's annoying. Fine, just a few more quests. I've got this. And this one, and this one. Hey, this is the one we're on. Is there another? I don't know. Oh my goodness. I had to come all the way over here to catch us. To talk to a person. So I could turn in my fish. Why? Greetings, traveler. Visitors from Lominsan are rare to these climes. I am told you seek to fish the magnificent cloud cutter that grace the sea of clouds. As squires, we practice catching our dinner, but the task is trying for even the most experienced among us. How one unaccustomed to the chore might hope to succeed where so many accomplished fishermen have failed is beyond me, but mine is not to stand in the way of foolhardy endeavors. The fish float upon inflating pockets of vapor, allowing them to ride currents of air. They are thus able to escape predators and take refuge in the clouds. Moreover, an aerial fish requires an aerial worm, in this case, hover worms. Such is the extent of the knowledge that I will confer onto you. I fear the remainder is a matter of experience and skill. I should wish you luck. You will surely need it. Yeah, I really won't. Anyways, back to Limsa. So, you're to pluck 5 cloud cutters from the skies of Porthos. Are we certain these aren't birds? No, they're definitely fish. The fabled cloud cutter. It turns out they weren't birds after all. Just like jellyfish, they jump, jerk, and jolt to jiggle themselves up. Oh, that was Wawalago. Well, speaking of things that float around aimlessly, Ishgardians consider the cloud cutter a crest of class and character and confer them to commemorate and congratulate countrymen who commit conduct a cut above the clouds, if you will. What? I won't, but what use will it be to Carvalane? Local lore alleges that a legendary Elezen in Limsa Lominsa is actually an Ishgardian lord. I wonder what you'd do if it were Carvalane. So that's a spoil for later. That is brought up in Stormblood. I would do what I'm going to do anyways. Deliver the fish. Alright. The last quest of today. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Ah. God, this is unbelievable. According to the age-old adage, when the going gets tough, the tough go fishing. Unfortunately, the adage is of little use when the tough going happens to be a fishing ban. I don't think that's the adage, but okay. You haven't heard, have you? Inzar Slapperson has closed all docks and ports for fishing vessels on the authority of Admiral Merlvib. Some sorry sailors supposedly spotted a serpent at sea, and so Slapperson stated that for our safety, all our services must cease. It's also frustrating. Well, we may be a group of sedentary fishers, but we're not about to take this sitting down. I'll catch the sea serpent. First, we need to know what we're up against. The Bruvier Consortium maintains ties to the Maelstrom, so Sybil may know something we do not. It is time to go fishing for information. First, question people. Got it. Oh, there's a lot of people here now. Alright. Sybil, it's certainly a pleasure to see you again, though I wish it were under happier circumstances. The news came as a shock to us as well. Any Lominsan who's ever boarded a boat has heard the tale. Back when the world was not but a dry, lifeless husk,
Limlane created a giant serpent. From its massive maw, the creature spat forth water until the land was filled. But it would not stop. To prevent the world from being completely submerged, the navigator trapped the serpent in a floating island, with the warning that if it were ever to be freed, the seas would rise until the world ended. This is from where the thalassocratic motto, "Till sea swallows all," comes. You can imagine the admiral's surprise upon learning a sailor claims to actually have seen the serpent in question. So, that is a story of the 12, but I wonder if that's where the legend of Leviathan came from. Interesting. While you and I may recognize it as a fairy tale aimed to scare children, the panic in the streets is real. And so Slapperson hasn't any choice but to take drastic measures in order to maintain the peace. Regrettably, those drastic measures have dire consequences for both your guild and my consortium. And the Maelstrom is too occupied with ship inaugurations to conduct a proper inquiry, meaning our only hope is to take matters into our own firm yet supple hands. Ahem. Are you preoccupied with my hands? It may be impossible to prove the sea serpent does not exist, but perhaps the testimony of the eyewitness could be impugned? I believe you have met the sailor responsible for the sighting, the one known as Chucharoon. Chucharoon, what have you done? Chucharoon? You spreading rumors? Chucharoon see big fish at sea. Some say see sea serpents. Chucharoon just wants fish to fish. See fisherman Wawalago about fishing fish in sea. Huh? I've seen enough at sea to know when sailors are seeing things, and what Chucharoon saw was no sea serpent for sure. Missing your mark will make mountains out of molehills, distance the seas, and deludes the mind of men at sea. My money says your serpent is a Masleyan marlin, a fairly big fish, but by no means a monster. You can see them barreling back and forth along the north of Bloodshore. If spied from the shore, people will just shrug their shoulders. You need to make them meet that marlin up close and personal. I'll admit it's easier expressed than executed, and I've never nabbed one. If you don't loosen up your line, they'll rip your rod right out of your hands. But first you need a bite. They won't waste their breath on worms from other waters. Masleyan marlins demand mooching, more familiar to you as fish-wheeling, perhaps. And not just any act of mooching, but the daunting duty of the dramatic double mooch. I reckon you're ready for it. Get a goby bowl and haul in a harvey herring. Once you hitch your herring, offer it up to an ogre barracuda. Then bait the beast to make the Masleyan marlin bite. Makes me want to sail out myself, but Slafferson would slay any guildmaster who slights him. Besides, I'm sure Sisipu would sooner see you succeed at it. Oh my god. God, I can't believe we're reduced to this. Still, while Wawalago's never been right for running a guild, he's never been wrong about a fish. If he says our serpent is a Masleyan marlin, then that's what it is. That's the marlin? I can see how some might mistake it for a monster. Hopefully Slafferson will see it the same. Come, Sybil arranged for us to speak with the Grand Storm Marshal. So many moons has it been, I can scarcely remember the last time I boarded a merchant ship for anything other than an inspection. Quite comfortable indeed aboard the luxurious fleet of the Brugier Consortium, no doubt to put crooked mongers and traffickers at ease while making illicit deals at sea. Perish the thought! I would never dream of calling the Grand Storm Marshal to a vessel where such roguery took place. A shame. I'd imagine those sort of vessels were the most fun. I suppose we'd best tend to business. Of course, sir. Allow me to introduce to you the Masleyan marlin. Oh, damn. I think that fish is taller than me. I think that fish is taller than him. He's taller than all of us combined. I caught that?
Great Limland's ghost! The blurry thing is massive. How did you catch it? Though I suppose that doesn't matter. At any rate, it is your contention that this marlin is our sea serpent? You can sing yourself to sleep with that silly sea serpent story, but it still won't hold water. Knew things were proceeding too smoothly. You always know just the wrong time to act the guildmaster, don't you? Never mind. I've known Wawalago long enough not to mind his manners. Unlike his fish, I know when I'm being baited. Boy, you've been baited and bullying us with your ban. Will you let up and lift it? A fine question. To lift the fishing ban, or to not lift the fishing ban? What to do, what to do, what to do? On one hand, I could lift the ban, but on the other... Now, who's the one baiting? Why not? Of course, there are formalities we must observe, so I'm afraid the declaration will have to wait until tomorrow. And the ban will be lifted, won't it? Unless you'd prefer it weren't. By no means. It's just I fear that simply bringing you a large fish might fail to serve as adequate evidence in overturning a formal military promulgation. Well, I never really believed all this sea serpent silliness in the first place. It was more about putting Lominsan's minds at ease than anything else, and the marlin you've brought me should accomplish just that. A few of our more paranoid conspiracy theorists in the Maelstrom alleged the serpent to be part of an elaborate Sahuagin plot, so this should make for a nice laugh at their expense as well. And to think, this all started because someone spotted a large fish. And because fish tails are wont to grow in size, the large fish became serpent-sized, and then ceased to be a fish altogether. It makes you wonder about what other sorts of overblown fantasies we've all been led to believe. Sounds like you were ready to lift the ban whether we brought you the marlin or not. If only it were that simple. A fine Grand Storm Marshal I would be if I went lifting bans willy-nilly without any evidence the problem had been solved. This marlin is essential to assuaging the irrational fears of the public. Well then, I suppose Corey's efforts weren't for naught after all. I only wonder how the fishtail grew out of proportion in the first place. I don't delight in delving into details, but that deed might have been my doing. Why am I not surprised? When I mentioned to Chucharoon the Maslayan marlin was a monster, I meant it metaphorically, but mayhap he misunderstood. I think it would be best interest of all involved if I don't hear any more of this story. Yeah, me too. The Maelstrom expresses its gratitude for your effort in bringing this evidence to light. Your guild will be notified when the fishing ban is formally lifted. I bid you good day. Terrifying to think a little exaggeration can get out of hand, particularly when you consider how often fishermen exaggerate. But it sounds like Slafferson knew something was fishy all along. Nevertheless, you saved our guild from destruction at the hands of an imaginary sea serpent. Funny how... whatever. Delivered you to our doorstep just when we needed you most. And I certainly can't consider you a guppy anymore now that you've caught a marlin the guildmaster himself never quite reeled in. I'd say we name you the guildmaster, but then Wawalago would have nothing to dodge, and I'm not ready to let that fish off the hook so easily. But I suppose we could at least let him know he has a rival. And that might be your finest fishing accomplishment of all, luring Wawalago back to work. Yeah! Woohoo! Yep. Oh! Well, she has another quest. The Beasts of Brewer's Beacon. I assume it's a fishing quest, and it is level 50. I'm going to look it up, figure out which fish I need to catch for that, and any follow-up quests. And then I'll do that at some later point. Yeah. Because if it's a level 51, it's probably going to be a big fish, and those are a pain in the ass and need to be caught at specific times of the day. So I'm just going to leave it there for now. But we have done all of the quests that we set out to do today. Finished all of the profession quests in Lominsan. And we're going to go ahead and call it there. Thanks everybody who watches, and thanks for watching anybody who's showed up during the stream. And like, subscribe, whatever, for all of the YouTube peoples. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bye.